Hey guys, tonight we begin a journey into the shadows of history, into the bedrooms where Victorian brides discovered that marriage wasn't the fairy tale they'd been promised. Imagine being 19 years old, wearing white lace, walking down the aisle toward a future you've been trained to want your entire life, and knowing absolutely nothing about what happens next. Not a clue, and I mean, not a single clue. Tonight, we're opening the door to the most terrifying night of a Victorian woman's life, her wedding night. Before we step through that door together, I need your help with something. If you enjoy uncovering the hidden truths of history with me, please hit that subscribe button and give this video a like, but only if you genuinely find value in what we're exploring together. And hey, I'm really curious. Where are you watching from right now? Your bedroom? A quiet corner somewhere? What time is it where you are? Drop a comment and let me know. I love knowing we're all scattered across the world, but connected by these stories that shaped us. Now, dim those lights, get comfortable, maybe turn on a fan for that gentle white noise, and let's walk into Victorian England together. Picture this. It's 1875. London. A grand townhouse lit by flickering gas lamps. Downstairs there's still the faint sound of celebration. The last guests leaving, carriages clattering away on cobblestone streets. But upstairs, in a bedroom prepared with fresh linens and rose petals scattered across the coverlet, a young bride sits on the edge of her bed trembling. Let's call her Eleanor. She's 21 years old. She comes from a respectable middle-class family. She's been courting her husband, we'll call him Charles, for exactly 8 months under the watchful eye of her mother. They've never been alone together, not once. They've held hands twice. He kissed her cheek once, and she blushed for an entire week. And now, she's supposed to share a bed with him. But here's the thing that might genuinely shock you. Eleanor has absolutely no idea what that means. Not metaphorically. I mean literally, she doesn't know what happens between a husband and wife in the bedroom. And this wasn't unusual. This wasn't the exception. This was the norm. You see, in Victorian society, there was this unspoken rule that became almost sacred. Young women of good families were kept in complete ignorance about sex until their wedding night. Complete, total ignorance. And this wasn't an accident. It was by design. Dr. William Acton, one of the most influential physicians of the Victorian era, wrote in his 1857 medical text, The Functions and Disorders of the Reproductive Organs, that the majority of women, happily for them, are not very much troubled with sexual feeling of any kind. He literally believed that proper respectable women didn't have sexual desires, that they were naturally pure, naturally innocent, naturally cold. And this idea, this belief that shaped medical practice, parenting and marriage, it meant that educating young women about sex was seen as dangerous, corrupting, almost sinful. So mothers didn't talk to their daughters about what would happen on the wedding night. If a curious girl dared to ask questions, she'd be shut down immediately with responses like, "You'll find out when you're married," or "A lady doesn't concern herself with such matters." Some mothers would say, on the very morning of the wedding, something incredibly vague like, "Just do as your husband asks and it will be over soon." That was it. That was the entire education. Those few words. And then the door would close behind her. Can you imagine? And I ask this genuinely because I want you to really think about it. Can you imagine entering marriage with zero knowledge about physical intimacy? No internet to secretly Google things. No friends who'd whisper the truth over coffee. No books that explained anything in clear terms. Just nothing. A complete void of information about something that was about to become a fundamental part of your life. Letters and diaries from the Victorian era, many discovered decades later hidden in attics or donated to archives, paint a heartbreaking picture. Women wrote about their wedding nights with words like shock, terror, confusion, and pain. Contemporary historians like Dr. Judith Flanders, in her book The Victorian House Domestic Life from Childbirth to Deathbed, documents numerous accounts of brides who went into severe shock on their wedding nights. Some fainted, others became hysterical. Many experienced what we would now clearly recognize as psychological trauma. One diary entry from the period, the woman's identity carefully protected by archivists, reads, "Nothing Mama said prepared me for what occurred. I believed my husband was attacking me. I screamed. I fought him. I truly believed I was being murdered in that bed. When morning came and I understood this was what marriage meant, I wept for 3 days. How could this be God's plan for women?" Take a breath with me for a moment. Let that sink in. This wasn't one tragic story. This was the experience of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands, of Victorian brides across England and America. But here's where it gets even darker, and I need you to understand this part because it explains so much. These young women weren't just kept ignorant about sex itself. They were also fed a very specific narrative about their role in marriage from the moment they were old enough to understand. They'd been told their entire lives that a good wife is submissive, obedient, and self-sacrificing. They'd read books like Sarah Stickney Ellis's The Women of England, published in 1839, which literally instructed women that their purpose was to be relative creatures, meaning they existed only in relation to their husbands and families, not as individuals with their own needs or desires. Ellis wrote that a woman's happiness should come entirely from making others happy, that her fulfillment should come from serving her husband and children, that she should have no independent identity. So when the wedding night came, these brides had been psychologically prepared for one thing: complete submission to their husband's will, even if they were terrified, even if it hurt, even if every instinct in their body screamed at them to run. They'd been trained to believe that their feelings didn't matter, that their discomfort was irrelevant, that their job was to endure. Let me share something that Frances Power Cobb, a Victorian feminist and social reformer, documented. Cobb interviewed dozens of women about their marriage experiences in the 1870s and 1880s. In her writings, she recounted, without naming names, protecting these women's identities, story after story of brides who described their wedding nights using the same phrase. "I felt like a lamb being led to slaughter." One woman told Cobb, "I had been dressed in white, adorned with flowers, celebrated all day by everyone who loved me, and then handed over to a man who's essentially a stranger, who now had the legal right to do whatever he wished with my body. When I tried to resist, he reminded me that I had vowed before God to obey him. What could I do? I was his property now. His property. And that's not dramatic language. That's not an exaggeration. That's legal reality. Under British common law, through a thing called coverture, and we're going to dive deep into this in our next part, a married woman had no legal identity separate from her husband. Everything she owned became his. Every decision about her life was his to make. And her body? That was his too. Here's something that might genuinely shock you. The concept of marital rape didn't exist in Victorian law. It was literally impossible in legal terms for a husband to rape his wife, because she had already given permanent, irrevocable consent by saying "I do" at the altar. And if you think that's ancient history, this legal exemption for marital rape in England and Wales wasn't fully abolished until 1991. 1991. Think about that. Now, you might be wondering, didn't anyone try to change this? Didn't anyone speak up? Some did, and they were destroyed for it. When Caroline Norton tried to campaign for women's rights in the 1830s and 1840s after escaping her own abusive marriage, newspapers called her unnatural and unwomanly. They published cruel cartoons mocking her. Society gossip branded her as hysterical, oversensitive, probably insane. When Dr. Elizabeth Blackwell, the first woman to receive a medical degree in America, suggested that women should be educated about their own bodies, she was called vulgar, immodest, and disgusting. The Victorian era had this fascinating contradiction at its core. On the surface, it was all about propriety, morality, and protecting women's innocence. Women were supposed to be pure, angelic creatures, too delicate and refined for the harsh realities of the world. But behind closed doors, that protection became a cage. That innocence became a weapon used against them. Let me paint you a more specific picture of what a typical wedding night looked like. And I'll warn you, this gets uncomfortable. But I think it's important we understand the reality these women lived. The bride would be dressed in her nightgown by her lady's maid, often her mother's maid, borrowed for the occasion. The nightgown would be white, high-necked, long-sleeved, covering every inch of skin except her hands and face. Modesty was paramount, even in the marriage bed. She'd be left alone in the bedroom to wait for her husband. When he entered, she was expected to be in bed, under the covers, waiting. The lights would typically be turned down or extinguished completely, because sex was supposed to happen in darkness. It was considered improper, even within marriage, for a husband to see his wife's body fully unclothed. Now, you might have heard stories about Victorian couples having sex through a hole cut in a sheet. That's actually a myth. Or at least it wasn't a mainstream practice recommended in marriage manuals. It's more of a legend that got repeated to mock Victorian prudishness. But the reality was restrictive enough without that particular detail. What was real? The bride was expected to lie still and silent. She was supposed to endure, not participate. Victorian medical texts and marriage manuals consistently advised that a respectable woman should submit to her husband's needs without displaying any desires of her own. Dr. Acton wrote that a husband who expected his wife to show enthusiasm for marital relations was essentially asking her to behave like a prostitute. A good woman was supposed to tolerate sex as a duty, not enjoy it. Think about the psychology of that for a moment. Really think about it. You're a young woman. You've been taught your entire life that your body is something shameful, that sexual feelings are sinful, that even thinking about such things makes you impure. And then suddenly, on one specific night, you're supposed to allow someone you barely know, to touch you in ways you don't understand, do things to you that no one explained, cause you pain that no one warned you about, and you're supposed to just accept it, because it's your duty, because you're his wife now. The trauma of this was real and extensively documented. Medical journals from the period note that many young wives suffered from what doctors called nervous disorders after marriage. We're talking about symptoms we would now immediately recognize: severe anxiety, depression, insomnia, loss of appetite, what they called hysteria, which was basically their catch-all term for any woman displaying signs of psychological distress. But here's the thing, the solution was never to question the system. It was always to suggest the woman was too delicate, too sensitive, too weak. The problem was always her, never the situation she'd been forced into. There's a particularly haunting case in the archives of London's Bethlem Royal Hospital. Yes, the famous Bedlam Asylum. The records document a young woman admitted in 1868, just 2 weeks after her wedding. The hospital notes describe her as unable to speak coherently, refusing all food, and exhibiting signs of extreme terror whenever her husband attempted to visit. The doctors diagnosed her with puerperal mania, basically a catch-all term for women's mental illness related to marriage and childbirth. But reading those records now, knowing what we know about trauma, about PTSD, about the psychological impact of sexual assault, it's pretty clear what happened to her. And she spent 6 months in that asylum. She was treated with cold baths, restraints, and forced feeding. Eventually, she was declared calm enough to return home, to the same husband, to the same bedroom. Can you imagine? Can you imagine being traumatized, then being institutionalized for responding to that trauma, and then being sent back to the source of that trauma with the expectation that you'll just behave properly this time? Now, I want to pause here and be really clear about something, because history isn't black and white, and I don't want to paint every Victorian marriage with the same brush. There were certainly couples who loved each other deeply. There were husbands who were gentle and patient. There were marriages where both people found ways to communicate despite the social constraints around them. Those marriages existed, and they mattered. But, and this is crucial, the system wasn't designed to create those good marriages. The laws, the customs, the social expectations, that entire system was designed in a way that made trauma not just possible, but likely. It removed consent. It removed communication. It removed the woman's agency entirely. And when you build a system like that, the fact that some people manage to be kind within it doesn't make the system less harmful. And here's something that really strikes me about this. These women had no one to talk to afterward. The conspiracy of silence that kept them ignorant before marriage continued after. You couldn't tell your mother that your husband hurt you. That would mean acknowledging that sex existed, which was improper. You couldn't tell your friends. Same problem. You couldn't complain to your husband. You'd be labelled a bad wife, a frigid wife, a hysterical wife. And you certainly couldn't go to a doctor, because doctors at the time generally believed that any pain or discomfort women experienced during sex was either imaginary or their own fault for being too delicate or nervous. So women suffered in silence. They wrote in secret diaries that they hid in locked drawers. They confided in letters that they sometimes burned before sending. They cried into their pillows at night when their husbands were asleep, and they got up the next morning, laced up their corsets, put on their day dresses, arranged their hair perfectly, and went downstairs to serve breakfast with a smile. Because that's what a good Victorian wife did. She smiled. She remained cheerful. She managed the household. She never, ever complained. Isabella Beeton, the famous author of Mrs. Beeton's book of household management, which was basically the Bible of Victorian domesticity, a bestseller that every respectable household owned, wrote that a wife should always greet her husband with a smile, no matter what she's feeling inside. The house should be peaceful. The dinner should be perfect. The children should be well behaved, and she should never, ever burden him with her troubles or her feelings. Her job was to be his sanctuary from the world, even if she was dying inside, even if she was traumatized, even if she was desperately unhappy. Smile, serve, submit. That was the formula. There's a quote I keep coming back to from historian Sally Mitchell, who's written extensively about Victorian women's lives. She said, "Victorian wives were expected to be actresses in their own lives, performing happiness whether they felt it or not." And that performance began on the wedding night, when a terrified girl had to pretend that everything happening to her was normal, natural, and exactly what she wanted. Before we move forward into the next part of this story, I want you to think about something that connects this to our own lives. These weren't women from 1,000 years ago. The Victorian era ended in 1901. That's recent history. If you're watching this, your great-grandparents or great-great-grandparents might have lived through exactly what I'm describing. This isn't ancient history. This is close enough that we probably all have ancestors who experienced this system firsthand. And here's the thing that connects directly to where we're going next. This wedding night terror. It was just the beginning. It was the first night of a lifetime of legal, social, and physical control. It was the start of a journey where a woman would lose her identity, her property, her choices, and in many ways her humanity under the law. That bride trembling on her wedding night wasn't just scared of what was about to happen in that bedroom. She was scared because on some instinctive level she understood that she was about to disappear. Not physically, but legally, socially, personally. She was about to cease existing as herself, and that's exactly what happened. Under Victorian law, under the weight of coverture, under the crushing pressure of social custom and expectation, she would stop being Eleanor. She would become Mrs. Charles something. Her story, her desires, her pain, her dreams, her very self. All of it would be locked away behind closed doors where no one could see, where no one was supposed to look. But we're going to look. We're going to open those doors, one by one throughout this series, because in our next part, we need to talk about something that sounds almost impossible in the modern world. We need to talk about how marriage literally legally erased a woman's existence, how a person could walk into a church as someone with rights, with property, with a legal identity, with a name, and walk out as nothing more than an extension of her husband. How she could go from being a someone to being a belonging to. It's called coverture. And it wasn't just a legal technicality. It was the foundation of everything we're going to explore in this series. It was the reason that wedding night terror mattered so much, because it was the first lesson in a lifetime of lessons about who held the power and who had to endure. When you understand coverture, really understand what it meant in practical everyday terms, you'll understand why that frightened bride couldn't just leave, why she couldn't just say no, why she couldn't protect herself or her future children or her own sanity. You'll understand why the doors stayed closed for so long, but you'll also understand something else. You'll understand how those doors eventually began to open, how women found cracks in that seemingly impenetrable system, how they whispered to each other in parlours and wrote to each other in secret, how they began, slowly, painfully, courageously to say, "This isn't right, this isn't natural, this isn't how it has to be." That story, the story of how the system started to crack, that's coming too. But first, we need to understand exactly what we're breaking down. So join me in the next part as we explore coverture, the legal doctrine that made Victorian wives invisible under the law. We'll talk about the Married Women's Property Acts of 1870 and 1882, the first cracks in the wall, and we'll trace the line all the way to 1991, when England finally abolished the legal exemption for marital rape. Because this isn't just history, this is the story of how we got here, how we got to a world where women can own property, sign contracts, have bank accounts, say no to their husbands, and exist as full human beings under the law. That world, our world, Victorian wives built the foundation for it, with their pain, with their silence that eventually became voices, with their endurance that eventually became resistance. And their story deserves to be told. I'll see you in the next part, and if you found this valuable, if you're thinking differently about history now, drop it in the comments. Let me know you're on this journey with me, and we'll keep opening doors together. Sleep well, everyone, and remember, the past shapes us, but it doesn't have to define us. So we've just walked through that terrifying wedding night. The fear, the shock, the complete lack of preparation. But now Now we need to understand what happened the moment that bride said, "I do." Because something extraordinary occurred in that instant. Something that sounds almost impossible if you're hearing it for the first time. She disappeared. Not physically, of course. She was still standing there in her white dress, holding flowers, surrounded by people. But legally? Legally, she ceased to exist as an individual human being. This is the story of coverture, and I promise you, once you understand this, you'll never think about Victorian marriage the same way again. Let me start with a question that might seem simple. If I asked you right now, who are you? You'd probably tell me your name, right? Maybe where you're from, what you do, what you own. Your identity is yours. It belongs to you. It's so fundamental that we don't even think about it. But imagine if I told you that tomorrow you could lose all of that. Your name would become someone else's name. Your money would become someone else's money. Your possessions would legally belong to someone else. Your ability to sign a contract, to sue someone, to defend yourself in court, to make any legal decision whatsoever, gone. Completely gone. You'd probably think I was describing slavery, right? Or some kind of dystopian nightmare. But I'm not. I'm describing marriage, Victorian marriage, under a legal doctrine called coverture. The word coverture comes from the old French word covert, meaning covered or hidden. And that's literally what happened to a woman when she married. She was covered by her husband's legal identity. She disappeared underneath it. The legal term for a married woman was femme covert, a covered woman, hidden, invisible. Sir William Blackstone, the famous English jurist whose Commentaries on the Laws of England, published between 1765 and 1769, formed the basis of English common law, explained it this way. And I want you to really listen to these words because they're chilling. By marriage, the husband and wife are one person in law. That is, the very being or legal existence of the woman is suspended during the marriage, or at least is incorporated and consolidated into that of the husband, under whose wing, protection and cover she performs everything. Did you catch that? The very being or legal existence of the woman is suspended during the marriage. Suspended, like she's been put on pause, like she's stopped being a person. And this wasn't just poetic language or theoretical philosophy. This had real, concrete, devastating consequences for every single day of a married woman's life. Let's start with the most basic thing: property. In Victorian England, when a woman married, everything she owned automatically became her husband's property. And I mean everything. Her money, her jewellery, her clothes, her books, the house she might have inherited from her father, the investment she might have had, all of it, gone. Transferred to her husband the moment she said, "I do." But it gets worse. Not only did she lose everything she owned at the time of marriage, she also couldn't own anything new. If she inherited money from a relative after her marriage, that belonged to her husband. If she earned money through her own work, and yes, some middle-class women did work, as governesses or writers or teachers, that belonged to her husband too. He could take every penny. He could spend it however he wanted, gamble it away, give it to his mistress. And she had absolutely no legal recourse. There's a heartbreaking case documented by historian Lee Holcomb in her book, Wives and Property: Reform of the Married Women's Property Law in 19th Century England. A woman named Mrs. Hall, a successful businesswoman before her marriage, had built up a thriving millinery shop in London. She was talented, hard-working, financially independent. Then she married. Her husband immediately took control of the business and all its profits. Within 2 years, he'd gambled away everything she'd built. The shop was gone. Her savings were gone, and when she tried to appeal to the courts, they told her she had no standing to sue because she wasn't legally a person separate from her husband. His debts were her debts, his losses were her losses, but her earnings, those were his. Now some of you might be thinking, okay, but surely there were protections, right? Surely families could set up trusts or something. And yes, wealthy families did sometimes create legal trusts to protect a daughter's inheritance. But these were expensive to set up and required skilled lawyers. They were only available to the upper classes, and even then they weren't foolproof. A husband could pressure his wife to sign away her rights to the trust. He could make her life so miserable that she'd agree to anything just to have peace. For the vast majority of women, middle-class and working-class women, there was no protection at all. Marriage meant financial obliteration, but property was just the beginning. Let's talk about identity. When a woman married, she lost her name. She became Mrs. John Smith, not even Mrs. Mary Smith. The Victorian custom was to use the husband's full name. Her first name disappeared in formal contexts. She literally took on his identity. And this wasn't just social convention. This had legal implications. She couldn't sign contracts in her own name. If she wanted to write a will, which was complicated because she didn't own anything to leave behind, she'd need her husband's permission. If she wanted to start a business, she'd need his permission. If she wanted to open a bank account, you get the idea. Caroline Norton, and we're going to hear her name several times in this series because she was incredibly important, learned this the hard way. Norton was a successful writer in the 1830s and 1840s. She wrote novels, poetry, and political pamphlets. She earned good money from her work, but she was trapped in an abusive marriage to George Norton, a cruel and violent man who drank heavily and beat her regularly. In 1836, Caroline tried to leave him. She fled to her family, but George Norton sued her family for harbouring his property. Yes, his property, meaning Caroline. He also took all the money she'd earned from her writing, every penny. And when Caroline tried to fight back legally, she discovered something horrifying. She couldn't sue him. She couldn't represent herself in court. She couldn't even testify on her own behalf in most circumstances. Why? Because under coverture she didn't legally exist separate from him. George Norton also took their 3 young sons, and Caroline had no legal right to see them. None. In Victorian England, children were considered the father's property. A mother had no legal rights to her own children, even if the father was abusive, even if he was neglectful, even if he was a danger to them. The law said, children belong to the father. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine being a mother and having your children taken from you, and having absolutely no legal recourse because the law says you're not even a person? Caroline Norton spent years fighting this injustice. She wrote pamphlets, lobbied politicians, and testified, when she was allowed to, about the horrors of coverture. And slowly, very slowly, things began to change. But we'll get to that. Right now, I want you to understand just how total this erasure was. Let's walk through a day in the life of a Victorian wife and count all the ways she didn't legally exist. She wakes up in a house that legally belongs to her husband, even if she brought it to the marriage as part of her dowry. She puts on clothes that legally belong to her husband, even if she bought them with money she earned. She goes downstairs to prepare breakfast using furniture and dishes that legally belong to her husband. If she's wealthy enough to have servants, those servants are employed by her husband, not her. She can't enter into employment contracts. Let's say she receives a letter from her mother. Her husband has the legal right to open that letter and read it. Privacy? Not a legal concept for married women. Let's say she wants to go visit a friend across town. Her husband can forbid it. He controls her movement. If he says she can't leave the house, she can't leave the house. Now let's say something truly frightening happens. Let's say her husband hurts her, beats her. Because domestic violence was rampant in Victorian England, and we'll talk more about that in later parts. She can't call the police. Well, she could, but it would be pointless. A man had the legal right to reasonably chastise his wife. That was the actual legal term. Reasonable chastisement. Like she was a child or an animal. There's a famous, or infamous, legal principle from the 1700s that continued to influence Victorian law called the rule of thumb. The popular understanding was that a man could beat his wife with a stick as long as it was no thicker than his thumb. Now, legal historians debate whether this was ever actually codified law or more of an urban legend, but the fact that people believed it, the fact that it circulated as common wisdom, tells you everything about how society viewed married women's rights. What we know for certain is that courts were extremely reluctant to intervene in cases of domestic violence. A woman would have to prove that her husband's violence was excessive, that it went beyond reasonable correction, and even if she could prove that, even if she had witnesses, bruises, broken bones, the courts might simply order the husband to post a bond promising good behaviour. He'd pay a fee, promise to be nicer, and that would be it. She'd have to go home with him, because where else could she go? She had no money, no property, no legal identity. She was trapped. Let me share something that's documented in multiple Victorian legal records. If a wife tried to leave an abusive husband, he could hire what were called thief-takers or private investigators to track her down and bring her back. Physically bring her back. And this was completely legal. She was his property, and he had the right to recover his property. There's a case from 1840, documented in the legal journals of the time, of a woman named Mrs. Cochrane who fled from her husband. After he beat her so severely she lost hearing in one ear, she went to live with her sister in another town. Her husband tracked her down, showed up with several men, and physically dragged her out of her sister's house and back to his home. Her sister tried to stop them and was threatened with legal action for theft. The court sided with the husband. His right to his wife trumped her right to safety. Now, take a breath with me here because I know this is heavy, and I want to remind you, and myself, that we're not talking about ancient history. We're talking about our great-great-great-grandmothers. These were real women. They had dreams, talents, intelligence, strength. They were fully human. But the law treated them as less than human. And here's something that makes this even more twisted. Victorian society had this whole ideology about women being morally superior to men. Women were supposed to be the angels of the house, more pure, more moral, more naturally good than men. This was called the cult of domesticity, or the doctrine of separate spheres. Men belonged to the public world of business and politics and violence. Women belonged to the private world of home and children and morality. The writer Coventry Patmore published a poem in 1854 called The Angel in the House that became hugely influential. It portrayed the ideal wife as selfless, pure, devoted, and morally superior. And Victorian culture ate this up. This became the model that every woman was supposed to aspire to. But here's the contradiction that's almost funny if it weren't so tragic. If women were so morally superior, so pure, so naturally good, why couldn't they be trusted to own property? Why couldn't they be trusted to make decisions about their own lives? Why did they need to be covered and controlled by men? The answer, of course, is that this ideology had nothing to do with reality and everything to do with control. Putting women on a pedestal was just another way of keeping them powerless. You can't very well run for parliament or demand legal rights if you're supposed to be a pure, delicate angel whose only concern is making your home peaceful and beautiful, And if you failed to live up to this impossible standard, if you weren't sufficiently angelic, well, then you were a fallen woman, and you deserved whatever happened to you. The system was rigged from every angle. But, and this is important, the system did start to crack. Very slowly, very painfully, but it did start to crack. In 1839, thanks in large part to Caroline Norton's tireless campaigning, Parliament passed the Custody of Infants Act. This gave mothers the right to petition for custody of children under 7 years old, if they could prove they were of good moral character. It was a tiny change. It still left fathers with automatic custody of older children. It still required mothers to prove their worthiness. But it was the first acknowledgement that maybe, just maybe, a mother had some rights to her own children. Then, in 1857, the Matrimonial Causes Act made divorce slightly more accessible. Before this, divorce required a private act of Parliament, which was so expensive that only the very wealthy could afford it. The new act created a divorce court, but, and here's the catch, the standards for divorce were wildly different for men and women. A man could divorce his wife simply for adultery. A woman had to prove adultery plus another serious offence, like cruelty, desertion, incest, or bigamy. One offence wasn't enough. The law literally required women to meet a higher burden of proof. The big changes came with the Married Women's Property Acts. The first one passed in 1870. It allowed married women to keep their own earnings from work and to inherit small amounts of property. But it had so many loopholes and limitations that it didn't help most women very much. The real breakthrough came in 1882. The Married Women's Property Act of 1882 was revolutionary. It finally allowed married women to own and control property separately from their husbands. They could buy and sell property. They could keep their own earnings. They could sue and be sued in their own names. They became, once again, legal persons. Think about that date, 1882. That means for most of the Victorian era, for decades and decades, married women had no property rights at all, and even after 1882, there were still massive limitations. A woman still couldn't vote, still couldn't serve on a jury, still couldn't enter most professions, and her husband still couldn't be charged with raping her. That exemption, as I mentioned earlier, lasted until 1991. But that 1882 Act, that was the first major crack in the wall of coverture, and it happened because women like Caroline Norton refused to stay silent, because women started writing, campaigning, organising, because they started saying out loud, "This is wrong, this is unjust, we are human beings, and we deserve to be treated as human beings." I want to share one more story before we move on to the next part of this journey. This one is about a woman named Emmeline Pankhurst. You might recognise her name as one of the leaders of the suffragette movement in the early 1900s. But before she became a political radical, she was a young bride experiencing coverture firsthand. Emmeline married Richard Pankhurst in 1879. Richard was a lawyer and a supporter of women's rights, one of the good ones, genuinely. But even he couldn't protect her from the law. When they married, Emmeline had a small inheritance from her grandfather. Under the law at the time, this was before the 1882 Act, that inheritance became Richard's property. Now, Richard was a decent man, and he let Emmeline control the money. But the point was, he let her. It was his choice to make, not hers. She was entirely dependent on his goodness. Emmeline later wrote in her autobiography that this experience radicalized her. She wrote, "I had thought that I knew what injustice was, but it was not until I had experienced the legal nonentity of marriage that I truly understood what it meant to be treated as less than human under the law. And that word, nonentity, that's exactly what coverture was. It made married women into nonentities, into nothing, into invisible ghosts living in houses they didn't own, caring for children they had no legal rights to, married to men who had absolute power over them. But those invisible women, they started to become visible. They started to speak. They started to write their experiences down, to share them with each other, to organize and campaign and demand change. And that's where we're heading next. Because we've talked about the wedding night terror, we've talked about legal erasure, but now we need to talk about the actual lived experience of being a Victorian wife, the daily reality behind closed doors. We need to talk about the manuals, those thick books that told women exactly how to be the perfect wife. The impossible standards, the endless rules, the crushing pressure to be cheerful, obedient, selfless, and silent all at once. Because if the wedding night was the shock, and coverture was the cage, the Perfect Wife Manual was the instruction booklet for how to survive in that cage without losing your mind. Or at least, how to pretend you weren't losing your mind. So stay with me as we open up those dusty manuals and read what Victorian women were actually told about how to be a good wife. Some of it will make you laugh. It's almost absurdly ridiculous. Some of it will make you angry. And some of it might feel uncomfortably familiar even today. Because ideas about womanhood, about marriage, about what makes a good wife, those ideas don't just disappear when laws change. They linger. They echo. They shape us in ways we don't always recognize. But we're going to recognize them now. Together. Let's keep going. Picture a thick book sitting on a Victorian parlour table. Heavy, bound in dark leather, gold lettering on the spine. Every respectable household had one. Every bride received one as a wedding gift. It was called a domestic manual or a housekeeping guide. But really, it was an instruction manual for how to erase yourself. These books, and there were dozens of them published throughout the Victorian era, told women exactly how to be the perfect wife. And I mean exactly. Down to the precise angle you should tilt your head when your husband came home from work, the exact tone of voice you should use, the specific number of minutes you should spend arranging flowers to create the proper atmosphere of domestic tranquility. And here's what's wild. These weren't suggestions. They were presented as moral imperatives, as if failing to greet your husband with the right kind of smile was not just rude, but actually sinful. As if the entire moral fabric of society depended on whether you could keep your house spotless and your emotions invisible. Today, we're diving into these manuals, and I promise you, some of this is going to sound so absurd that you'll laugh, but underneath the absurdity, there's something darker, something that crushed women under the weight of impossible expectations, something that made them feel like failures no matter how hard they tried. So let's open these books together and see what Victorian women were actually being told about how to live their lives. The most famous of these manuals, the absolute Bible of Victorian domesticity, was Mrs. Beeton's Book of Household Management, published in 1861. Isabella Beeton was only 25 years old when she compiled this massive tome. Over 1,000 pages of instructions on everything from how to roast a duck, to how to manage servants, to how to be a proper wife. The book was a phenomenon. It sold nearly 2 million copies in the first few years. Every middle-class home in England seemed to have one, and it's still in print today, if you can believe that. Though modern editions tend to focus on the recipes and quietly ignore the more, let's say, problematic advice about wifely duties. But we're not going to ignore it. Let's look at what Mrs. Beeton actually told Victorian wives. In the opening chapter, she writes, and I'm quoting directly here, "As with the commander of an army, or the leader of any enterprise, so is it with the mistress of a house. Her spirit will be seen through the whole establishment, and if she performs her duties intelligently and thoroughly, her domestics will usually follow in her path. Okay, so far that sounds reasonable, right? A wife should be organised and set a good example. Fine. But then she continues, of all those acquirements which more particularly belong to the feminine character, there are none which take a higher rank than such as enter into a knowledge of household duties, for on these are perpetually dependent the happiness, comfort, and well-being of a family. Read that again. The happiness, comfort, and well-being of the entire family depends on the wife's domestic skills, not on the husband being a decent person, not on both partners working together. No, if the family's unhappy, if there's discomfort, if anything is wrong, it's because the wife isn't doing her job properly. That's a lot of pressure, right? But wait, it gets heavier. Mrs. Beeton goes on to describe the perfect wife's daily schedule. She should rise early, before everyone else in the household. She should ensure breakfast is perfect before her husband comes down. After breakfast, she should organise the servants, plan the meals, do the shopping, manage the accounts, visit the sick and poor if she's upper class, supervise the children's education, handle all correspondence, make sure the house is spotless, arrange flowers, do needlework, and somehow also remain fresh, cheerful and attractive for when her husband returns home. And here's a section that's particularly revealing. Mrs. Beeton writes, a woman should always receive her husband with smiles and good humour. Let him enter his house with a feeling of pleasure. Let there be no reproaches or angry words. Forget your own troubles and do not burden him with them. Remember, his day has been filled with trials and difficulties. Your task is to make home a place of peace and rest. Forget your own troubles. Don't burden him with them. Just smile, stay cheerful, make everything perfect. Now, does anyone else want to ask, what about her day? What about her trials and difficulties? What if she's been managing a household, dealing with difficult servants, nursing sick children, handling financial problems, all while wearing a corset so tight she can barely breathe? Doesn't she deserve peace and rest too? But no. According to Victorian ideology, a woman's natural state was selfless service. Her fulfillment came from making others comfortable. Her happiness was supposed to be entirely derived from their happiness. She wasn't supposed to have needs of her own. Let me share another manual with you. This one is called The Young Lady's Book, a manual of elegant recreations, exercises and pursuits, published in 1829. It has a whole section on duties of a wife, and it's something. It instructs young wives, never let your husband see you out of temper. If he has wounded your feelings, do not retaliate with sharp words. A soft answer turns away wrath. If he is unreasonable, wait until he is calm, then gently remind him of his better nature. If he is cruel, bear it with dignity. If he is unfaithful, examine your own conduct to see how you might have driven him to it. Did you catch that last part? If he's unfaithful, it's probably your fault. You must have failed somehow. You weren't attractive enough, or cheerful enough, or submissive enough. Because obviously a man wouldn't stray from a perfect wife, right? This is what psychologists today would call victim blaming. But in Victorian England, it was standard advice printed in books that sat on every respectable woman's bookshelf. Another popular manual, The Lady's Book of Etiquette and Manual of Politeness by Florence Hartley, published in 1860, has an entire chapter on the art of pleasing, and the very first line is, "The first rule for pleasing is to forget yourself entirely." Forget yourself entirely. That's not a metaphor. That's literal instruction. Your job as a wife is to disappear, to have no opinions that contradict your husband's, no desires that inconvenience him, no emotions that make him uncomfortable. Hartley writes, in conversation with your husband, always defer to his opinions. Even if you believe him to be in error, do not contradict him in the presence of others. Wait until you are alone, and then gently suggest an alternative view, phrased as a question rather than a statement. So even in private, you can't directly say, "You're wrong." You have to phrase it as a timid question. "Darling, might it perhaps be possible that maybe there could be another way to consider this?" God forbid you have the confidence to just state your opinion clearly. But here's where it gets really interesting, and by interesting, I mean infuriating. These manuals also told women that they were morally responsible for their husband's behaviour, not just their own behaviour, his. Sarah Stickney Ellis, who we mentioned earlier, wrote several advice books for women, including The Women of England, published in 1839. In it, she argues that women have a sacred duty to be the moral guardians of their husbands and society. She writes, "It is woman's office to keep man within the bounds of virtue. If he falls into vice, she has failed in her duty. If he becomes cruel or selfish, she has not exerted her softening influence sufficiently. So let me get this straight. You have no legal rights, no property, no power, you can't even vote. But somehow, you're responsible for whether your husband behaves morally. If he's cruel, it's because you didn't soften him enough. If he cheats, it's because you didn't keep him virtuous. It's almost funny, except it's not funny at all." Because real women internalized this. Real women believed that if their marriages were unhappy, if their husbands were cruel or unfaithful or abusive, it must be their fault somehow. They must not be trying hard enough. They must not be perfect enough. There are diaries from Victorian women that are just heartbreaking to read. They write things like, "I must try harder to be cheerful. I must not let my low spirits infect the household. I must be a better wife." And you read between the lines, and you realize her husband is terrible to her. He ignores her or insults her or worse, but she's been so thoroughly trained to blame herself that she can't even see it. One diary entry the historians have preserved, the woman's identity kept anonymous, reads, "Today I failed again. I allowed my husband to see that I was weary. He commented that I looked pale and unattractive, and he was quite right to do so. I should take better care to maintain my appearance. I should not burden him with my weakness. I must do better tomorrow." She's exhausted. She's probably anemic. That was incredibly common among Victorian women due to their restrictive diets and tight corsets. Her husband insults her instead of showing concern, and she writes, "He was quite right to do so." Because the manuals told her that keeping herself attractive was her duty, and failing at that duty deserved criticism. Now, let's talk about some of the specific advice in these manuals, because some of it is so detailed it borders on comedy. If you can forget for a moment that women's entire sense of self-worth was tied to following these rules. The Duties of a Wife section in multiple manuals gives incredibly specific instructions about how to greet your husband when he comes home from work. Here's a compilation of the advice from several sources. First, you should be listening for the sound of his arrival. When you hear him approaching, you should quickly check your appearance in a mirror. Smooth your hair, pinch your cheeks to make them rosy if you look pale. Put on a fresh collar if the one you're wearing is at all wilted. Then you should position yourself strategically. Don't be frantically working when he arrives. That suggests the house is out of control. But don't be sitting idle either. That suggests you're lazy. The ideal is to be engaged in some gentle decorative activity. Embroidery, flower arranging, reading an improving book, something that makes you look graceful and cultured. When he enters, you should rise immediately. Smile warmly, but not too broadly, because that's vulgar. Speak in a pleasant, modulated voice. Don't bombard him with questions or complaints. Don't mention problems with servants or children right away. Offer him his slippers and his smoking jacket. Ask if he'd like tea. One manual literally suggests that a wife should practice her greeting smile in the mirror to ensure it looks natural and not forced. Can you imagine standing in front of a mirror, practicing different smiles, trying to find the one that looks spontaneous enough to please your husband? But the rules didn't stop at greetings. These manuals covered every aspect of a wife's behavior with excruciating detail. Mealtimes, for instance. The wife was responsible for ensuring that meals were perfectly timed, perfectly cooked, beautifully presented, and served in a peaceful atmosphere. Mrs. Beaton provides elaborate menus for every possible occasion, with instructions for how to arrange the table, how to serve each course, when to signal the servants. But here's the thing. The wife wasn't supposed to appear to be working hard at this. Everything should look effortless. The meal should appear as if it magically materialized, created by gentle, invisible labor. If something went wrong, if the meat was overdone or a dish was late, the wife should smooth it over with grace and charm, never showing stress or frustration. One manual instructs, if a disaster occurs at table, if a dish is dropped or burnt, the wife should meet it with a smile and a light joke, never allowing the atmosphere to become tense or unpleasant. Her husband and guests should never know how much effort goes into their comfort. So you're supposed to work incredibly hard, but hide all evidence of that work. You're supposed to be stressed, but never show stress. You're supposed to care deeply about everything being perfect, but act as if none of it matters. Is anyone else exhausted just listening to this? Because I'm exhausted just reading it, and we haven't even gotten to the sections about personal appearance. Oh, the personal appearance sections. These could fill volumes by themselves. Victorian beauty standards for wives were impossibly specific. You should be pale, but with rosy cheeks, slender but curvaceous, delicate but healthy. Your hair should be lustrous and elaborate, but you should spend minimal time on it because vanity is sinful. Your clothes should be fashionable and attractive, but not so fashionable that you're accused of frivolity. The Lady's Guide to True Politeness and Perfect Manners from 1856 has a whole chapter on a wife's appearance. It warns, "A wife who neglects her appearance neglects her husband. He married you when you were young and beautiful, and he has a right to expect you to maintain that beauty throughout your marriage." But in the very next paragraph it cautions, "However, a wife must be careful not to spend excessive time on her toilette. A man does not respect a woman who is overly concerned with fashion and vanity. Your beauty should appear natural and effortless. So, you must be beautiful, but you can't try too hard to be beautiful. You must maintain your youthful appearance, but caring too much about your appearance is bad. How does that even work?" And let's not forget, Victorian women were wearing corsets laced so tightly that they could barely breathe, let alone eat a full meal. They were wearing layers and layers of heavy fabric. Their hairstyles required hours to arrange. Their clothing took forever to put on and take off. There were so many buttons and hooks and laces that women literally needed help getting dressed. But they were supposed to look fresh and effortless, while also managing a household, raising children, and maintaining perfect composure at all times. Oh, and they were supposed to be accomplished too. A proper wife should play the piano beautifully. She should speak French or Italian. She should paint watercolors. She should do elegant needlework. She should be able to make polite conversation about literature and current events, but not too knowledgeably, because that would be unfeminine. These accomplishments were displayed in the parlour when the family entertained guests. The wife would play the piano or show her watercolours or do her needlework, demonstrating to everyone what an excellent choice her husband had made in marrying her. She was essentially a decorative object proving his good taste. And here's something that really gets me. All of this advice, all these impossible standards were specifically for middle and upper class wives. Working class women couldn't possibly follow any of this because they were working in factories or as servants, or taking in laundry or doing piecework. They didn't have time to arrange flowers or practice their greeting smiles. But the ideology still affected them. They were still told that this was the ideal, that if only they could achieve this level of domestic perfection, they would be truly good women, truly good wives. So working class women had this additional burden of feeling like they were failing at womanhood itself because they had to work for money instead of devoting themselves entirely to making their homes beautiful. The whole system was designed to make women feel inadequate no matter what they did. If you were working class, you failed because you couldn't achieve the domestic ideal. If you were middle or upper class, you failed because the standards were literally impossible to meet. And if you complained, if you said, "This is too much, I can't do all of this, I'm exhausted," well then you were a bad wife, a selfish wife, an unfeminine wife. The Reverend E.J. Hardy wrote a popular marriage advice book in '85 called How to Be Happy Though Married. And yes, that title is as condescending as it sounds. In it he writes, "The discontented wife is a burden to her husband as disappointment to God. Contentment is the first duty of a Christian woman. If you find yourself feeling unhappy in your marriage, examine your own heart for the sin that has caused this unhappiness. So unhappiness in marriage is a sin. It's your sin. Not a natural human emotion, not a reasonable response to an impossible situation. Sin. This is emotional abuse disguised as moral guidance. And it was everywhere. It was in the books women read, the sermons they heard at church, the advice their mothers gave them, the conversations they had with other women. It was the water they swam in, the air they breathed. But here's what I find both heartbreaking and inspiring. Some women saw through it. Some women read these manuals and thought, this is ridiculous. Some women started to question whether they really deserved to be treated this way. And those women, they started to write their own books. Books that pushed back. Books that said, maybe the problem isn't us. One of my favourites is Florence Fenwick Miller, who wrote essays in the 1880s and 1890s criticising the cult of domesticity. She wrote, "We are told that woman's sphere is the home. But who decided this? Men, of course. Men who benefit from having their every comfort attended to by someone who has been trained from birth to ask nothing for herself." Another woman, Mona Caird, wrote an essay in 1888 called Marriage that was published in the Westminster Review and caused an absolute scandal. She argued that the Victorian ideal of marriage was essentially slavery for women. She wrote, "We are told to be angels in the house, but angels have wings. We have chains." The magazine received over 27,000 letters in response to this essay. 27,000. Some were angry, calling her unwomanly and dangerous, but many, many were from women who said, "Yes, finally, someone is saying what I've been thinking." And this is the point where we start to see the cracks widening. Women are starting to talk to each other, starting to realize that they're not alone in finding these standards impossible and degrading, starting to ask, what if we just stopped trying to be perfect? What if we said, I'm a human being, not an angel. I have needs and feelings and limits. I get tired. I get frustrated. I have opinions. I have desires. And maybe, just maybe, that's not a failure. Maybe that's just being human. But saying that out loud, claiming that humanity, that came with consequences, because the Victorian world wasn't ready to see wives as fully human. They needed them to be angels, or servants, or decorative objects, anything but complex, flawed, real human beings with agency and anger and ambition. And when those real feelings couldn't be contained anymore, when the pressure of pretending became too much, well, that's when things got really dark. That's when Victorian medicine had to invent new diagnoses for all these sick women who couldn't keep up the performance. That's when we need to talk about what happened behind the bedroom door when the perfect wife facade crumbled. When duty and desire collided in ways that Victorian society couldn't even acknowledge. When women's bodies became battlegrounds for control and power and everything that couldn't be said out loud. We need to talk about marital intimacy in a world that pretended intimacy didn't exist. About pregnancy after pregnancy after pregnancy. About pain that no one would name. About the ways that Victorian wives' bodies were used and broken and sometimes destroyed, all while they were expected to smile graciously and arrange flowers and maintain that angel in the house glow. So stay with me, because what comes next is harder than impossible etiquette rules. It's about the physical reality of being a Victorian wife, the part that the domestic manuals barely mentioned, the part that happened when the door closed and the performance had to continue even in the most intimate moments. It's time we talk about what those manuals couldn't say, what they could only hint at with euphemisms and silence, the reality that left women traumatized, pregnant, sick, and trapped, all while being told they should be grateful for their husband's attention. Let's open that door together. Let's see what the Perfect Wife manual couldn't prepare them for. There's a chapter missing from all those domestic manuals we just talked about. A chapter that should have been there but wasn't. A chapter about what happened when the bedroom door closed and a wife had to fulfill what Victorian society called her marital duty. Actually, that's not quite true. There were a few manuals that addressed this topic, but the advice they gave was so vague, so coded in euphemisms, so utterly useless that women might as well have been reading instructions in a foreign language. One popular manual from 1894, What a Young Wife Ought to Know by Dr. Emma Drake, contains this helpful guidance. The marriage bed is a place of sacred duty. A wife must submit to her husband's natural desires with patience and without complaint. This is her burden to bear as a Christian woman. That's it. That's the entire instruction. Submit. Be patient. Don't complain. Your burden to bear. Nothing about consent. Nothing about communication. Nothing about the fact that intimacy should involve two people, not one person taking and another person enduring. And absolutely nothing about the physical and emotional consequences of this burden that women would carry for the rest of their married lives. Tonight, we're going to talk about what those manuals couldn't or wouldn't say. And I'm going to be direct about this because I think we owe it to those Victorian women to tell their stories honestly. This is going to be uncomfortable, but it needs to be said. Let's start with a question that might seem obvious to us now, but wasn't acknowledged in Victorian England. Did Victorian wives have the right to say no to sex? The answer, legally and socially, was no, they did not. We touched on this earlier when we talked about coverture, but I want you to really understand what this meant in practical terms. When a woman married, she gave permanent, irrevocable consent to sexual relations with her husband. The concept of marital rape did not exist in law or in social consciousness. A husband forcing himself on his wife wasn't just legal. It wasn't even considered force. It was considered his right. Sir Matthew Hale, a 17th century English jurist whose writings continued to influence Victorian law, stated, "The husband cannot be guilty of a rape committed by himself upon his lawful wife. For by their mutual matrimonial consent and contract the wife hath given up herself in this kind unto her husband, which she cannot retract." Which she cannot retract. Even if she wants to, even if she's in pain, even if she's sick, even if she's just given birth, even if she's exhausted from caring for their children all day. She cannot retract her consent, ever. And this wasn't just legal theory. This shaped how Victorian couples actually behaved in their marriages. Women were taught, by their mothers, by their churches, by those domestic manuals, by society itself, that refusing their husbands was not only wrong but literally sinful. It was failing in their duty as a wife. Dr. William Acton, that same physician who claimed respectable women didn't have sexual feelings, also wrote advice for husbands. In his 1857 book, he tells men, "A modest woman seldom desires any sexual gratification for herself. She submits to her husband's embraces, but principally to gratify him, and were it not for the desire of maternity, would far rather be relieved from his attentions." Read that again. According to one of the most influential medical authorities of the Victorian era, women don't actually want sex. They only tolerate it to have children. So basically, every sexual encounter in marriage was framed as something the husband wanted and needed, and the wife endured and tolerated. Do you see how dangerous this is? If women aren't supposed to want sex, then their pleasure doesn't matter. Their comfort doesn't matter. Whether they're ready or willing doesn't matter. Because they're not supposed to want it anyway. They're just supposed to lie there and let it happen. And if a woman did express desire, if she enjoyed physical intimacy, well, that was considered unfeminine at best and evidence of moral corruption at worst. There are medical case studies from the Victorian era where doctors diagnosed women with nymphomania, excessive sexual desire, simply because these women wanted to have sex more than once a month or expressed enjoyment during intercourse. One such case, documented in medical journals from the 1870s, describes a woman who was institutionalized for unnatural sexual appetite because she told her doctor that she found marital relations pleasant. Pleasant. That was enough to have her labelled as mentally ill. So women were trapped in an impossible situation. They weren't supposed to want sex, but they also weren't allowed to refuse it. They were supposed to tolerate it dutifully, but if they showed any sign of distress or pain, they were being bad wives. And if, God forbid, they actually enjoyed it, they were practically prostitutes in the eyes of Victorian morality. Now let's talk about what this actually meant for women's bodies and health. Victorian women, especially in the middle and upper classes, spent much of their married lives pregnant. The average Victorian woman who survived childbearing years had between 5 and 8 pregnancies, and that's just the ones who lived to tell about it. Some women had 10, 12, even 15 pregnancies over the course of their marriages. Queen Victoria herself had 9 children in 17 years, and she hated it. She wrote in her letters, which are preserved and available in royal archives, about how much she despised pregnancy. She called it the shadow side of marriage and described babies as frog-like and frightening. In one letter to her daughter, she wrote, "What you say of the pride of giving life to an immortal soul is very fine, dear, but I own I cannot enter into that. I think much more of our being like a cow or a dog at such moments. This is Queen Victoria, the woman who became the symbol of Victorian motherhood and domesticity. And she's comparing pregnancy to being livestock, because that's what it felt like to her, being used as a breeding animal. But here's the thing. Victoria had access to the best medical care in the world. She had chloroform during labour, which was rare and controversial at the time. She had a team of doctors and nurses. She had unlimited resources for recovery. And she still found pregnancy traumatic and degrading. Now imagine being a regular Victorian woman, maybe middle class with a modest income, maybe working class with barely enough to eat, pregnant over and over again with minimal medical care, with no pain relief during labour, with no time to recover before you're pregnant again. Because here's what most people don't realise. There was no reliable birth control in Victorian England. Condoms existed, but they were expensive, unreliable, and considered immoral by many. The rhythm method was barely understood and didn't work well. Withdrawal was the most common method, but it required the husband's cooperation. And remember, wives couldn't demand anything from their husbands. They couldn't say, "I don't want to get pregnant again." That would be refusing their duty. Some women tried folk methods, douching with various substances, using primitive pessaries made of sponges or wax paper. Some of these methods worked occasionally. Many didn't work at all. Some were actually dangerous and caused infections or injuries. And here's something that's going to shock you. Some Victorian women resorted to self-induced abortions because they were so desperate to avoid another pregnancy. Dr. Barbara Brooks, in her book Abortion in England 1900-1967, documents that illegal abortion was far more common in the Victorian era than most people realise. Women would use sharp objects, ingest poisons, throw themselves downstairs, anything to avoid having another child they couldn't afford or another pregnancy their body couldn't survive. The mortality rate for these attempts was horrifying. But women were that desperate. They would rather risk death than face another pregnancy. And speaking of death, let's talk about maternal mortality, because this is crucial to understanding what Victorian women faced every single time they got pregnant. In the 1840s, maternal mortality rates in England were about 4 to 5 deaths per 1,000 births. That might not sound like much until you realise that a woman having 8 pregnancies faced about a 3–4% chance of dying from childbirth-related causes over her lifetime. 1 in 25 to 1 in 30 women died giving life. Those aren't great odds when you're facing pregnancy after pregnancy with no choice in the matter. And those numbers are just deaths. They don't count the women who survived but suffered permanent injuries. Obstetric fistulas, tears between the vaginal wall and bladder or rectum caused by difficult labour, were common and devastating. Women with fistulas leaked urine or feces constantly. They were in pain. They smelled. They were often isolated socially because of the stigma. There was no surgical repair available for most of the Victorian era. These women just lived with it for decades, suffering in silence because talking about such things was unmentionable. Prolapse uterus, where the uterus drops down or even protrudes from the vagina due to damaged pelvic floor muscles from repeated childbirth, was also extremely common. Women would have to use pessaries or even tie up their prolapsed organs with cloth just to function, and they still had to perform all their wifely duties, including sex, even though it was painful. And yet, Victorian society pretended none of this was happening. The domestic manuals didn't mention it. Doctors rarely discussed it openly. Women certainly couldn't talk about it. It was all supposed to happen behind closed doors, in silence, with a smile on your face for when you emerged. There's a diary entry from a Victorian woman, preserved in the archives at the London School of Economics, that I find absolutely heartbreaking. She writes, "I am with child again. This will be my 7th. I have not recovered from the last birth and I fear this one will kill me. But I cannot refuse my husband. He says it is my duty and he is right. I pray God will give me strength, or failing that, a quick death. A quick death." That's what she's praying for. Not for health, not for help, not for her husband to show mercy, because she knows none of those are coming. Just a quick death so at least her suffering will end. How do you read something like that and not feel rage at the system that created it? But let's go deeper, because there's another layer to this that's even more insidious. Victorian medical science actively worked to control women's sexuality and reproductive capacity in ways that were genuinely torturous. If a woman complained too much about painful intercourse, or tried to avoid pregnancy, or showed signs of what doctors considered hysteria, which, remember, could mean almost anything including just being unhappy, she might be subjected to medical treatments that were really just punishment disguised as medicine. One common treatment was the application of leeches to the vulva or cervix to reduce inflammation or calm excessive passion. Yes, you read that right. Leeches on the most sensitive parts of a woman's body. Can you imagine the pain and humiliation? Another treatment was cauterization of the cervix with silver nitrate or even a hot iron. This was supposed to cure everything from excessive sexual desire to irregular periods to infertility. In reality, it caused terrible burns, scarring, and long-term damage. Some doctors prescribed pelvic massage, which was essentially forced stimulation to release hysteria. This was done in medical offices by doctors or specially hired nurses. Women had no say in this. If your husband and your doctor agreed you needed this treatment, you got it, whether you wanted it or not. And in extreme cases where women were deemed truly uncontrollable or excessively sexual, doctors performed clitoridectomies, removal of the clitoris, to cure women of sexual desire. Dr. Isaac Baker Brown, a prominent London surgeon, actually advocated for this procedure in his 1866 book on the curability of certain forms of insanity, epilepsy, catalepsy, and hysteria in females. He performed numerous clitoridectomies and claimed they cured all sorts of problems. He was eventually expelled from the Obstetrical Society of London in 1867, not because the procedure was horrifically cruel, but because he performed it without proper consent from the patient's husbands. Without consent from the husbands, not from the women themselves, the husbands. Even the medical society that expelled him wasn't concerned about the women's rights or suffering. They were concerned about property rights, the right of a husband to make decisions about his wife's body. Now I need to pause here and acknowledge that this is heavy. This is really, really heavy. And if you need to take a break, that's completely understandable. But I think it's important we sit with this discomfort, because Victorian women didn't have the option to take a break from their reality. Let me share one more story, because I think it crystallizes everything we've been talking about. There's a court case from 1888, documented in the British legal records, involving a woman named Mrs. Jackson. She had left her abusive husband and was living with her sister. Her husband showed up with several men, physically abducted her from her sister's house, and took her to his home where he locked her in a room. Mrs. Jackson's sister sued for a writ of habeas corpus, essentially demanding her release, and the case went all the way to the Court of Appeal. The lower court ruled in favour of the husband. The judge stated that a husband had the right to imprison his wife in his house to ensure she fulfilled her marital duties, the right to imprison her, to force her to stay, to force her to submit to him. Thankfully, the Court of Appeal overturned this in 1891 in a landmark decision. They ruled that a husband did not have the right to physically imprison his wife. This was considered a major victory for women's rights at the time. But think about what this means. Until 1891, it was legally unclear whether a husband could literally lock his wife in a room and force her to have sex with him. And even after 1891, he still couldn't be charged with rape for doing so. That part remained legal for another century. I want you to think about what this meant for Victorian wives in their bedrooms, knowing that their husbands had nearly absolute power over their bodies, knowing that pregnancy could kill them, but they couldn't refuse, knowing that pain during sex was expected and not a reason to stop, knowing that their pleasure didn't matter, Their consent didn't matter. Their physical well-being was secondary to their husband's desires. And knowing that if they complained, they might be labelled hysterical and subjected to torturous medical treatments, or institutionalised, or simply told they were bad wives who needed to try harder. Some women found small ways to cope. They would claim illness, and given how often Victorian women were actually ill from the stress and physical toll of their lives, this wasn't hard to do. They would time their availability based on their cycles when possible. They would confide in female friends and share folk wisdom about avoiding pregnancy. There are letters between Victorian women, preserved in various archives, where they discuss these issues in coded language. My friend has found a way to manage her household obligations more comfortably, might mean she's figured out a birth control method that works. I'm suffering from female complaints again, might mean I'm pregnant and terrified. Women created secret networks of information and support. They passed around forbidden pamphlets about reproductive health. They whispered to each other in parlours while their husbands were away. They found small acts of resistance within a system designed to keep them powerless. But these were just survival strategies. They weren't solutions. The system itself remained in place, crushing woman after woman under the weight of impossible expectations and physical violations sanctioned by law and religion. And yet, and here's what I find both tragic and inspiring, many Victorian women still found ways to love, to experience joy, to build meaningful relationships even within these constraints. Some couples did develop genuine partnership and affection. Some husbands were kind and considerate. Some marriages were true partnerships despite the legal inequality. But the point is, they shouldn't have had to overcome the system to have basic dignity and safety. The system itself should have protected them, should have recognized their humanity, should have given them agency over their own bodies. Instead, the system treated them as vessels, as property, as means to an end. And when those vessels broke under the pressure, when women's bodies gave out after pregnancy, when they couldn't pretend anymore that everything was fine, well, that's when Victorian society had to deal with another problem. What to do with all these broken women? These wives who couldn't keep up the performance, these mothers whose bodies or minds had been destroyed by the very system that was supposed to honour them. That's where we're heading next. Because we need to talk about what happened to the women who couldn't maintain the facade. The ones who got pregnant too many times and their bodies gave out. The ones who died in childbirth, leaving behind grieving families. The ones who survived physically but were destroyed mentally and emotionally. We need to talk about the baby machine that Victorian society created, and the human cost of treating women as nothing more than reproductive vessels wrapped in silk and lace. So take a breath with me, because what's coming is the biological reality behind all those romanticized images of Victorian motherhood. The truth about why women had so many children, the truth about what those pregnancies did to their bodies, and the truth about how many women didn't survive to tell their stories. Let's continue this journey together. Let's bear witness to what these women endured, because someone needs to remember. Someone needs to say their names and tell their truths, and that someone is us. Here's a number that's going to stay with you. 18 years. That's how long Queen Victoria spent pregnant. 18 years of her life, nearly 2 decades carrying children, 9 pregnancies, 9 births. 9 times her body was transformed, stretched, broken down and rebuilt. 9 times she faced the very real possibility of dying in childbirth, and she was the most privileged woman in England. She had the best doctors, the best food, the best care money could buy. She even had chloroform, the cutting-edge pain relief that most women couldn't access. And still, she wrote in her private journals that pregnancy made her feel like an animal, and that she found the whole process disgusting. If that was the experience of a queen, imagine what it was like for everyone else. Tonight we're diving into the biological reality of Victorian marriage, the part nobody wanted to talk about but everyone experienced. The endless cycle of pregnancy, birth, recovery, and then pregnancy again before your body had even healed. This is the story of how Victorian society turned women's bodies into machines, baby-making machines that were expected to keep running until they broke down completely. Let's start with a question. Why did Victorian women have so many children? The obvious answer is they didn't have birth control, but that's only part of the story. The deeper answer is more complicated and more disturbing. Victorian society needed women to have many children because child mortality was still incredibly high. Out of every 1,000 babies born in England in the 1840s, about 150 died before their first birthday. That's 1 in 7. By age 5, the number was even higher. Roughly 1 in 4 children didn't survive to see their 5th birthday. So families needed multiple children just to ensure that some would survive to adulthood. But here's the twisted part. The burden of producing those children fell entirely on women's bodies, while society pretended this was natural, beautiful, and easy. Medical textbooks from the era describe pregnancy and childbirth in almost poetic terms. Dr. Thomas Bull, in his 1837 manual Hints to Mothers, writes, "Pregnancy is the natural and healthy state of woman. It is the fulfillment of her divine purpose." The fulfillment of her divine purpose. Notice how that frames it. Not as a difficult, dangerous physical process, but as a woman's highest calling, her reason for existing. But those same medical texts, if you read carefully between the lines, reveal the truth. They discuss common complications like severe anemia, eclampsia, hemorrhaging, and infections. They describe unfortunate outcomes like stillbirths and maternal deaths. They acknowledge that women's bodies are sometimes taxed beyond endurance by repeated pregnancies, but publicly. Publicly, pregnancy was supposed to be this glowing, joyful experience. Women were supposed to retreat into confinement. That's what they called it. Confinement, like prison, for the last few months of pregnancy, and emerge afterward with a beautiful baby and a smile on their face, ready to do it all again. The reality was so much darker. Let me tell you about the typical Victorian woman's reproductive life. She would marry around age 20 to 23. Within the first year of marriage, she'd likely be pregnant. She'd give birth around 9 months later. If she was middle or upper class, she might not breastfeed. Wet nurses were common for those who could afford them. If she was working class, she'd breastfeed while also working, which was exhausting but provided some natural, though unreliable, spacing between pregnancies. Either way, she'd typically be pregnant again within 18 months to 2 years. And again, and again. This cycle would continue throughout her 20s and into her 30s, potentially into her early 40s if she remained fertile. Historian Judith Schneid-Lewis, in her book In the Family Way, Childbearing in the British Aristocracy, 1760-1860, analysed the reproductive histories of aristocratic women. She found that these privileged women, remember, these are the ones with the best nutrition, the most rest, the finest medical care, averaged 1 pregnancy every 2 years during their fertile period. That's about 10 to 12 pregnancies in a lifetime if they married young and remained fertile. Working-class women often had similar or even higher numbers, despite worse nutrition and harder physical labour, because they had no choice, no reliable birth control, no ability to refuse their husbands, just pregnancy after pregnancy until menopause or death, whichever came first. And here's something that's going to make your heart hurt. Many women kept pregnancy diaries or wrote letters about their experiences, and the overwhelming emotion that comes through in these writings isn't joy or anticipation, it's fear. Dr. Ornella Moscucci, in her book The Science of Woman, Gynecology and Gender in England, 1800–1929, quotes extensively from these sources. One woman wrote, "I am with child again, and I am filled with dread. My last confinement nearly killed me. I do not know if I have the strength to survive another." Another woman's letter to her sister reads, "You congratulate me on my condition, but I cannot share your happiness. This will be my 9th pregnancy. I am only 32 years old, and I feel like an old woman. My body is broken. I do not know how much more it can endure." These weren't women being melodramatic. They were being realistic, because pregnancy in the Victorian era was genuinely dangerous. Let's talk about what pregnancy actually did to a woman's body in an age before modern medicine. First, there's the toll of carrying a child. Victorian women wore corsets, tight-laced corsets that restricted breathing and compressed internal organs. Many women loosened or modified their corsets during pregnancy, but the damage was already done. Years of corseting had weakened their abdominal muscles and altered their posture. This made pregnancy more uncomfortable and childbirth more difficult. Then there's nutrition. Middle and upper-class women often followed strange dietary advice during pregnancy. They were told to eat lightly, to avoid overfeeding the baby, to maintain their delicate figures. This meant many pregnant women were actually undernourished during pregnancy. They and their babies weren't getting enough calories or nutrients. Working-class women had the opposite problem, not enough food period. Malnutrition was rampant among the poor. Iron deficiency was nearly universal among working-class pregnant women, leading to severe anemia. This made them weak, dizzy, and more likely to hemorrhage during childbirth. And let's talk about those common complications the medical texts mention so casually. Eclampsia, now called preeclampsia when it's not yet critical, caused dangerously high blood pressure, seizures, and often death. Victorian doctors didn't understand what caused it or how to treat it effectively. They tried bloodletting, purgatives, and rest. Sometimes women survived, often they didn't. Placenta previa, where the placenta covers the cervix, usually meant death for both mother and baby. There was no surgical option, no C-section. Nothing doctors could do but watch and hope. Hemorrhaging, uncontrolled bleeding during or after birth, was a leading cause of maternal death. Doctors could try to manually compress the uterus or pack it with cloths, but if that didn't work, the woman simply bled to death. There were no blood transfusions, no emergency surgical interventions, just death, often within hours of giving birth, and infections. Oh, the infections. This was before germ theory was widely accepted. Doctors would go from performing autopsies to delivering babies without washing their hands. They'd use the same instruments on multiple women without sterilizing them. Puerperal fever, childbed fever, killed thousands of women every year. The horrifying thing is, doctors knew something was causing these infections. Dr. Ignaz Semmelweis, a Hungarian physician, proved in the 1840s that hand-washing with chlorinated lime solution dramatically reduced maternal deaths. But the medical establishment rejected his findings. They were insulted by the suggestion that doctors, gentlemen, could be carrying disease. Semmelweis was ridiculed, fired from his position, and eventually died in an asylum. His findings weren't widely accepted until the 1880s, after germ theory became established. How many women died because doctors were too proud to wash their hands? Thousands, tens of thousands, maybe more. And here's something that really illustrates the callousness of the system. When women died in childbirth, it was often blamed on them. They were too delicate, too nervous, too weak. not on the lack of medical knowledge or proper hygiene, not on the system that forced them into pregnancy after pregnancy with no recovery time. There's a Victorian saying that's absolutely chilling. In the midst of life, we are in death. And for women of childbearing age, that was literally true. Every pregnancy was a gamble with death. Florence Nightingale, yes, the famous nurse, wrote about this in her lesser-known works on women's health. In an 1871 essay, she stated, "Every woman who enters the state of matrimony must prepare herself for the very real possibility that she may die in fulfilling her marital duties. We send women to their marriage beds as soldiers are sent to war. Soldiers sent to war, that's what pregnancy was. A war fought with women's bodies as the battlefield. Let me share some specific stories because I think individual experiences make these statistics real. Mary Wollstonecraft, the famous feminist writer and philosopher, author of A Vindication of the Rights of Woman, died at age 38 from puerperal fever after giving birth to her daughter Mary, who would grow up to write Frankenstein. The midwife didn't wash her hands. The doctor who was called in to remove retained placental fragments didn't wash his instruments. Mary Wollstonecraft suffered for 11 days before dying in agony. Princess Charlotte of Wales, the only child of the Prince Regent heir to the British throne, died in childbirth in 1817 at age 21. She was in labour for over 50 hours with her stillborn son. Her doctor failed to intervene when he should have, following the standard practice of letting nature take its course. Charlotte hemorrhaged and died. The entire nation mourned. But here's the thing, women died like this every single day. They just weren't princesses, so nobody paid attention. Charlotte Bronte, author of Jane Eyre, died at age 38 when she was about 3 months pregnant with her first child. The cause was likely hyperemesis gravidarum, severe pregnancy nausea and vomiting that led to dehydration and starvation. There was no IV fluid replacement, no anti-nausea medication. She simply wasted away, unable to keep food or water down, and died. These were famous women, educated women, women with access to good medical care, and they still died. Imagine the countless unknown women who died the same ways, leaving behind grieving husbands and motherless children, their stories lost to history. But death wasn't the only outcome. Sometimes women survived childbirth but were left permanently damaged. We talked briefly about obstetric fistulas in the last section, but I want you to really understand how common and devastating these were. A fistula is a tear between the birth canal and either the bladder or bowel, caused by prolonged or difficult labour. When the baby's head presses against tissue for too long without blood flow, that tissue dies and eventually tears. The result? Constant leaking of urine or feces. Constant. No control. No way to stop it. These women smelled. They were in pain. They developed horrible skin infections and ulcers from the constant wetness. They were often isolated socially because of the stigma and the smell, and there was no surgical repair available for most of the Victorian era. Dr. J. Marion Sims, often called the father of gynecology, developed a surgical technique to repair fistulas in the 1840s. But he developed it by experimenting on enslaved black women in America without anesthesia. And even after the technique existed, it wasn't widely available or affordable for most women, so countless Victorian women lived for decades with fistulas, unable to participate in normal social life, in constant discomfort, often abandoned by their husbands who couldn't bear the reality of their wives' conditions. Uterine prolapse was another common result of repeated childbirth. The uterus would descend through weakened pelvic floor muscles, sometimes protruding from the vagina. This was painful, made walking difficult, and caused urinary and bowel problems. Women used pessaries, ring-shaped devices to try to hold everything in place, but these often caused infections or ulcers. Some women would literally tie up their prolapsed organs with cloth strips just to function. And through all of this, through the deaths, the injuries, the pain, Victorian society maintained the fiction that motherhood was beautiful and natural, and that women's bodies were designed for this. They weren't designed for this. No woman's body is designed to be pregnant 10 or 12 times in 20 years. No body is designed to give birth without adequate nutrition, without medical knowledge, without recovery time between pregnancies. But Victorian ideology required women to keep trying, keep producing children, keep risking their lives, because that was their purpose, that was their duty. And if you complained, if you said, "I can't do this anymore, I'm too weak, I'm too sick, I'm too scared," you were told you were being selfish, unwomanly, failing in your sacred duty to your husband and to God. The Reverend John Todd, in his widely read 1867 book, The Daughter at School, wrote, "The woman who shirks her duty to bear children is defying God's plan for her sex. She is no better than the fig tree that Jesus cursed for bearing no fruit. No better than a cursed fig tree." That's what they called women who didn't want to risk death over and over again. But here's what I find remarkable. Despite all this, despite the fear, the pain, the danger, many Victorian women were incredible mothers. They loved their children fiercely. They fought to keep them alive in an era of high child mortality. They passed down knowledge and skills. They created homes full of love even within a system designed to break them, and some women pushed back. They whispered about birth control methods, even though it was illegal and immoral. They helped each other through pregnancies and births. They created networks of support that existed in the spaces between official medicine and official morality. Annie Besant and Charles Bradlaugh published a pamphlet in 1877 called The Fruits of Philosophy that discussed birth control methods. They were prosecuted for obscenity. The trial became a huge public scandal, but it also meant that suddenly thousands of people were talking about birth control. The pamphlet sold over 125,000 copies in the 3 months after the trial. Women were hungry for this information, desperate for it, because they understood what the men making the laws didn't, or didn't care to understand. That their bodies couldn't sustain endless pregnancies, that they had a right to some control over their own reproductive lives. The birth rate in England actually started to decline in the 1870s and dropped more sharply in the 1880s and 1890s. This wasn't because of any change in law or availability of birth control. It was because women found ways, secret ways, imperfect ways, to limit their pregnancies. They used withdrawal, rhythm methods, douching, and yes, sometimes abstinence, even though that meant defying their husbands' rights. The declining birth rate terrified the establishment. There were literally parliamentary debates about it. Commentators worried about race suicide and the decline of the British Empire. They blamed educated women, feminist ideas, women working outside the home. But the real reason was simple. Women were tired of dying, tired of being broken, tired of being treated as nothing more than reproductive vessels, and they found small ways to resist, even when the entire weight of law and society pressed down on them. Yet even as some women gained a bit more control, the fundamental problem remained. Marriage still meant a loss of bodily autonomy. Pregnancy was still dangerous. Childbirth still killed thousands of women every year, and husbands still had the legal right to demand sex regardless of their wives' health or wishes. Which brings us to a question we need to explore next. What happened when a husband's desires extended beyond the marriage bed? When he had both a legal wife bearing his children at home and a mistress, or multiple mistresses elsewhere? Because Victorian marriage had a dirty secret that society pretended didn't exist. While wives were supposed to be pure, selfless maternal angels in the house, many husbands were maintaining entire second lives with other women. Women who were paid. Women who had more freedom in some ways than wives did. Women who lived in the shadows of Victorian respectability. We need to talk about the mistress problem, about the culture of accepted infidelity that left wives powerless and humiliated, about the double standard that defined Victorian sexuality, about what it meant when your husband's legal right to your body coexisted with his social permission to seek pleasure elsewhere. So stay with me as we leave the birthing room and enter the darker corners of Victorian marital betrayal. Because understanding this hypocrisy, this fundamental inequality in how men and women were judged for the same behaviours, is crucial to understanding the whole system. Let's keep going. Let's see what happened when the angel in the house discovered her husband had another life entirely. There's a phrase from Victorian England that perfectly captures the hypocrisy we're about to explore. What's sauce for the gander is not sauce for the goose. In other words, the rules that apply to men absolutely do not apply to women. Nowhere was this more obvious, more cruel, or more devastating than when it came to infidelity. A Victorian wife who committed adultery could be divorced, publicly shamed, stripped of her children, cast out of society with nothing, and left to die in poverty. A Victorian husband who committed adultery? Well, that was unfortunate, regrettable, perhaps a bit embarrassing if it became too public, but ultimately, it was accepted as part of male nature. Boys will be boys, after all. Tonight we're pulling back the curtain on one of Victorian society's ugliest secrets. The widespread culture of married men keeping mistresses, visiting prostitutes, and maintaining entire second families, all while their wives were expected to stay silent, stay loyal, and keep smiling. And here's the part that's going to make you angry. Society didn't just tolerate this behaviour. In many ways, it actively encouraged it. Let me start by painting you a picture of what this actually looked like in practice. You're a Victorian wife. You've survived your terrifying wedding night. You've endured multiple pregnancies. Your body's exhausted from childbearing. Maybe you've developed a fistula or a prolapse that makes sex painful. Maybe you're just tired, bone-deep tired from managing a household, raising children, keeping up appearances and trying to be that perfect angel in the house, and you notice things. Your husband comes home late. He smells of perfume that isn't yours. He has lipstick on his collar. He's spending money you can't account for. And remember, under coverture, you have no right to question how he spends money because it's all his anyway. You suspect he's being unfaithful. Maybe you know for certain because someone's seen him with another woman. Maybe his mistress has written to you. Some actually did this, demanding that the wife step aside or asking for more financial support. So what can you do about it? Absolutely nothing. That's what you can do. Nothing. You can't divorce him. Well, technically, after the 1857 Matrimonial Causes Act, divorce became theoretically possible without a private act of Parliament. But the standards were grotesquely unequal. A man could divorce his wife simply for adultery. One instance, that's all it took. But a wife? A wife had to prove adultery plus another serious offence. Adultery plus cruelty. Adultery plus desertion. Adultery plus incest. Adultery plus bigamy. One offence wasn't enough. The law literally codified the idea that a husband's infidelity was less serious than a wife's. And even if you could meet that impossible burden of proof, divorce meant social death for a woman. You'd lose your children. Fathers still had automatic custody in most cases. You'd lose your home. You'd lose your social standing. You'd become a pariah. No respectable household would receive you. Your own family might disown you to avoid the scandal. So most wives did nothing. They stayed silent. They pretended not to notice. They maintained the performance of the happy marriage while their hearts broke in private. And Victorian society had all sorts of justifications for why this was acceptable, even necessary. Dr. William Acton, our old friend who believed respectable women didn't have sexual desires, wrote extensively about this. In his view, men had powerful, uncontrollable sexual urges. These urges were natural and healthy. But wives, being delicate and pure, couldn't possibly satisfy these urges. They tolerated marital relations for reproduction, but they didn't enjoy it. They certainly couldn't be expected to be enthusiastic or adventurous. So what was a man to do? According to Acton and many others, it was actually better for men to seek satisfaction elsewhere, rather than impose too much on their delicate wives. Visiting prostitutes or keeping a mistress was framed as almost chivalrous. The man was protecting his wife from his base desires. This is such twisted logic I almost don't know where to start, but let's break it down. First, they created an ideology that said respectable women don't enjoy sex. Then they used that ideology to justify men seeking sex elsewhere. Then they blamed women for not being exciting enough to keep their husbands faithful. It's circular reasoning designed to excuse men's behavior while controlling women's sexuality. And it worked. It worked so well that some wives actually internalized this logic. There are letters from Victorian women expressing relief that their husbands had mistresses, because it meant they didn't have to perform their marital duty as often. They'd been so thoroughly convinced that sex was just a burden they had to endure that they were grateful someone else was bearing that burden. That's not liberation, that's tragedy. These women had been so broken by the system that they couldn't even imagine their own pleasure or agency mattering. Now let's talk about the scale of this problem, because I don't think most people realize how widespread it was. Historian Judith Wolkowitz, in her groundbreaking book Prostitution and Victorian Society, estimates that in London in the 1860s there were somewhere between 8,000 and 80,000 prostitutes operating at any given time. The huge range is because definitions varied. Were we counting only streetwalkers? What about women who occasionally sold sex to supplement other income? What about high-class courtesans? But even taking the conservative estimate of 8,000 prostitutes in a city of about 3 million people, that's a significant number. And those women weren't serving only unmarried men. The majority of their clients were married, respectably married, men with wives at home. There was even a whole geography of prostitution in Victorian London. Certain streets, certain neighbourhoods were known for it. The Haymarket, Piccadilly, parts of the Strand. Wealthy men would go slumming in these areas, sometimes in groups, sometimes alone. It was an open secret. Everyone knew. Everyone pretended not to know. And then there were the mistresses, long-term arrangements where a man would set a woman up in lodgings and visit her regularly. These were more expensive than occasional visits to prostitutes, so they were more common among wealthy men. But they were surprisingly common even in the middle class. The mistress would live in a separate household, often in a respectable neighbourhood, passing as a widow or a gentleman's ward. The man would pay her rent, her clothing, her living expenses. He might visit her several times a week. They might even have children together. And here's where it gets really wild. Some men essentially maintained two complete families, a legal wife and legitimate children in one house, a mistress and illegitimate children in another house, both families knowing about each other, or sometimes not knowing, both families dependent on the same man's income. Charles Dickens, yes, the Charles Dickens, the famous author whose novels were all about morality and virtue, did exactly this. He separated from his wife Catherine in 1858 after 22 years of marriage and 10 children. He started a relationship with a young actress named Ellen Ternan, who was 18 when they met. Dickens was 45. He set Ellen up in houses in various locations. He visited her regularly. He may have had children with her. Historians debate this, but there's evidence of at least one child who died in infancy. He supported her financially for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, his wife Catherine, who had borne him 10 children, who had suffered from postnatal depression, who had been a faithful wife for over 2 decades, was cast aside. Dickens wrote a public statement portraying her as mentally unstable and an inadequate mother. He turned their children against her. He used his fame and power to destroy her reputation so his own wouldn't suffer, and society largely sided with him. Because men were allowed to do this. Men were allowed to trade in their wives for younger models once those wives were used up from childbearing. As long as they maintained a veneer of respectability, as long as they didn't flaunt it too publicly, society looked the other way. But the double standard went even further. Let's talk about what happened if a wife was suspected of adultery, even without proof. There's a famous case from 1836 involving Caroline Norton, who we've mentioned before. Caroline's husband George accused her of having an affair with Lord Melbourne, the Prime Minister. There was no evidence. None. The accusation was almost certainly false. George made it because he was angry that Caroline wanted to leave him, and he wanted to punish her. But the accusation alone was enough to destroy Caroline's reputation. She was socially shunned. She lost access to her children. She couldn't defend herself legally because married women couldn't represent themselves in court. The case went to trial, not a criminal trial but a criminal conversation trial where George Norton was suing Lord Melbourne for damages for stealing his wife. Like she was property that had been taken. Lord Melbourne won the case. Caroline was vindicated, but her reputation never fully recovered. Meanwhile, George Norton, the man who had made false accusations, who had beaten his wife, who was by all accounts a terrible person, faced no social consequences whatsoever. This is what the double standard meant in practice. A man could actually commit adultery and be forgiven. A woman could be falsely accused of adultery and be ruined. And if a woman actually did commit adultery, God help her. Lady Colin Campbell, in a sensational divorce case in the 1880s, was accused by her husband of adultery with multiple men. She counter-accused him of adultery and of giving her syphilis. The trial was a media circus. Every intimate detail was reported in the newspapers. Lady Colin's reputation was destroyed, even though the jury couldn't agree on whether she'd actually committed adultery and the divorce was not granted. She spent the rest of her life fighting to restore her reputation. She became a journalist and writer. She was talented and successful in her work, but she was never fully accepted back into respectable society. She died in 1911, still carrying the stigma of those accusations from decades earlier. Meanwhile, her husband, who almost certainly did have affairs and did give her syphilis, remarried and lived a comfortable life. Now let's talk about the children born from these affairs, because this is where the injustice becomes almost unbearable. If a married man had children with his mistress, those children were illegitimate. They had no legal rights to inheritance. They couldn't use their father's name. They couldn't claim any support from him unless he voluntarily chose to provide it. Many of these children grew up in poverty even though their fathers were wealthy. But here's the really twisted part. If a married woman had a child from an affair, or was even suspected of having a child from an affair, that child was legally presumed to be her husband's, under the doctrine of pater is estquem nuptiae demonstrant. The father is he whom the marriage indicates. Any child born to a married woman was automatically her husband's legitimate child, even if everyone knew the husband wasn't the biological father. This doctrine existed to protect men's property rights. It ensured that family estates and titles passed to legitimate heirs, even if there was doubt about paternity. But it meant that a husband could force his wife to raise another man's child as his own, and she had no legal recourse. And it also meant that if a husband wanted to be cruel, he could acknowledge a child as his for legal purposes, ensuring the child counted as a legitimate heir, while treating both the wife and the child terribly because of his suspicions. The whole system was designed to protect men's interests and control women's sexuality. Men could have affairs with relative impunity. Women could be destroyed by mere rumours. But there's another layer to this that we need to discuss, the class dimension. Because the sexual double standard intersected with class in really ugly ways. Wealthy men often had affairs with working-class women, servants, shop girls, factory workers, women who had no power to refuse them and who would be fired or socially ruined if they became pregnant. If a servant girl became pregnant by her employer or by the employer's son, she would be thrown out of the house without references. She couldn't get another position without references. She'd have a baby with no means of support. Her options were the workhouse, prostitution, or starvation. Sometimes all three. Meanwhile, the man faced no consequences at all. He might even joke about it with his friends. Sowing wild oats, they called it, as if impregnating vulnerable women and abandoning them was just a natural part of young manhood. W.T. Stead, a journalist and social reformer, conducted an investigation in 1885 that shocked Victorian society. He literally purchased a 13-year-old girl from her mother for £5 to prove how easy it was for wealthy men to buy access to working-class children for sex. His exposé, published in the Pall Mall Gazette under the title The Maiden Tribute of Modern Babylon, caused a huge scandal. Stead was arrested and imprisoned for his methods. Even though he'd been trying to expose abuse, he'd technically participated in it. But his investigation led to the Criminal Law Amendment Act of 1885, which raised the age of consent from 13 to 16 and gave law enforcement more power to prosecute brothel owners. But even this reform primarily targeted working-class prostitution. It did nothing to address the behaviour of wealthy men who preyed on vulnerable women. It did nothing to punish married men who cheated on their wives. It did nothing to create equality in marriage. The fundamental problem remained. Men had power, and they used it to satisfy their desires regardless of the cost to women. And the wives, the legal wives who'd given up everything to marry these men, what were they supposed to do with their pain and humiliation? They wrote about it in private. Diaries and letters from Victorian wives are full of anguish about their husbands' affairs. "I know he goes to her," one woman wrote. "I know he prefers her company to mine. I have given him children, managed his home, maintained his reputation in society, and still he chooses her. What have I done to deserve this?" What had she done? Nothing. She'd done nothing except trust the system that told her marriage would protect her, honour her, give her a place in the world, and that system had betrayed her. Some women tried to fight back in small ways. They would embarrass their husbands socially by making pointed comments. They would form alliances with other betrayed wives and gossip about unfaithful husbands. They would withhold emotional intimacy from their husbands, creating cold, hostile households. But these were weak weapons against a system that gave men all the real power. At best, these small rebellions gave women a sense of agency. At worst, they made their own lives more miserable without changing anything. A few women, very few, because it required tremendous courage, left their marriages despite the social and financial consequences. They chose poverty and ostracism over continuing to live with men who betrayed them. And some women, and this is heartbreaking, internalized the blame. They believed the ideology that said if their husband strayed, it must be their fault. They weren't attractive enough, weren't pleasant enough, weren't sexually available enough. They punished themselves for their husbands' choices. One diary entry that's preserved in the archives reads, "He has taken up with another woman, a younger woman. I cannot blame him. I am old now at 35, worn from bearing his children, no longer the girl he married. Of course he seeks youth and beauty elsewhere. I should be grateful he still provides for me and the children. She should be grateful. Grateful that her husband still financially supports the children he legally has to support anyway. Grateful that he's cheating on her with relative discretion. Grateful for scraps from a man who vowed to love and honour her. This is what the system did to women's sense of self-worth. It convinced them that they deserved betrayal, that they should expect it, that they should be grateful for the bare minimum of decency. But here's what I want you to understand. Despite all this pain, despite the betrayal and humiliation, many Victorian wives maintained their dignity. They raised their children with love. They created meaning in their lives through friendships, through charitable work, through art and literature and other pursuits that gave them purpose beyond their failed marriages. They survived. And in surviving with grace and strength despite impossible circumstances, they showed that they were far more than the passive angels society wanted them to be. And slowly, very slowly, some men started to question the double standard too. Not enough men, not nearly enough, but some. Progressive thinkers like John Stuart Mill argued for equality in marriage. In his 1869 essay, The Subjection of Women, Mill wrote, "The principle which regulates the existing social relations between the two sexes, the legal subordination of one sex to the other, is wrong in itself, and now one of the chief hindrances to human improvement. The chief hindrances to human improvement. That's what the sexual double standard was. A barrier to progress, a moral failure of society. But changing deeply ingrained beliefs and practices takes time, more time than one generation. The Victorian era was full of contradictions. Public morality and private vice, idealized womanhood and everyday misogyny, proclamations of marital sanctity and widespread adultery. And wealthy men who maintained these double lives weren't the only contradiction we need to examine, because there was an entire class of Victorian wives who lived in gilded cages that looked beautiful from the outside but were prisons nonetheless. That's where we're heading next. We need to talk about what it meant to be a wealthy Victorian wife, living in a mansion with servants and silk dresses and every material comfort, but trapped, controlled, isolated. We need to understand that luxury doesn't equal freedom, that a golden cage is still a cage, so come with me now as we step into the drawing rooms of the upper class, as we see what it meant to be locked in luxury, to have everything money can buy and nothing that actually matters, like autonomy, respect, or the ability to live your life on your own terms. Let's explore the paradox of privilege without power, of wealth without freedom, of being envied by everyone while dying slowly inside from loneliness and control. The golden cage is waiting. Let's open the door and see what it was really like to live inside. Imagine waking up in a bedroom larger than most people's entire homes. Silk curtains filter the morning light. Your nightgown is embroidered with your initials in gold thread. A lady's maid brings you tea on a silver tray. Later, you'll dress in a gown that cost more than a working-class family earns in a year. You'll take a carriage ride through the park. You'll attend an elegant afternoon tea. You'll dine on 7 courses served on fine china. From the outside, you have everything. From the inside, you have nothing that matters. Welcome to the paradox of the wealthy Victorian wife, the woman who was materially privileged but spiritually imprisoned, who had every luxury except the one thing that would have made her truly rich: freedom. Tonight, We're stepping inside the grand houses of the Victorian upper class, and we're going to discover that a cage made of gold and velvet is still very much a cage. Let me introduce you to someone. Her name is Lady Charlotte Guest. She was born in 1812 into British aristocracy. She was intelligent, educated, fluent in several languages, and passionate about Welsh literature and culture. She translated the Mabinogion, a collection of Welsh medieval tales, into English, producing a scholarly work that's still used today. She was genuinely brilliant. In 1833, at age 21, she married Sir John Guest, a wealthy industrialist nearly twice her age. And here's where things get interesting. Charlotte actually loved learning about her husband's ironworks business. She wanted to understand it, to be involved in it. After Sir John's death in 1852, Charlotte took over management of the Dowley's Iron Company, one of the largest ironworks in the world at that time. She was extraordinarily successful. She managed thousands of workers, negotiated major contracts, made strategic business decisions. She proved that women could absolutely run major industrial enterprises. But Victorian society was scandalized. A lady managing a business? How vulgar! How unwomanly! The pressure on her to remarry and hand over control to a man was enormous. In 1855, she married Charles Schreiber, partly for affection, but also, it seems, to regain social respectability. And what happened? She had to step back from active business management because married women couldn't legally run businesses. Her intelligence, her proven abilities, her success, none of it mattered once she had a husband again. Charlotte's story illustrates something crucial. Even wealthy women with education and talent were fundamentally powerless. Their gilded lives came with invisible chains. Let's walk through what daily life actually looked like for an upper-class Victorian wife. First, understand that wealthy Victorian households operated under rigid hierarchies and schedules. The wife might be mistress of a house with 10, 20, or even 30 servants, but that didn't mean she had real power or freedom. Her day was structured around specific rituals and expectations that she couldn't change. Breakfast at a certain hour, morning calls, visiting other ladies or receiving visitors between specific hours, afternoon promenade in the park, dinner at 8. Everything scheduled, everything prescribed. And here's the thing about those servants. Yes, the wife was technically in charge of managing the household. She'd meet with the housekeeper each morning to discuss menus and schedules. She'd review the household accounts. But she couldn't actually spend money freely. It was her husband's money, remember? Every significant decision required his approval. Lady Troubridge, in her memoir Memories and Reflections, published in 1925 but recalling Victorian life, describes how her mother had to ask her father's permission for every household expense beyond routine provisions. New curtains for the drawing room? Had to ask. Repairs to the servants' quarters? Had to ask. A donation to a charity? Had to ask. Imagine being the mistress of a grand house, but having to ask permission like a child to spend money on maintaining that very house. And the social obligations. Oh, the social obligations. Upper-class Victorian wives had to maintain an exhausting schedule of social interactions that were really about displaying status and making advantageous connections for their husbands' careers or businesses. There were rules, so many rules about calling cards, about who could visit whom first, about how long visits should last, about proper topics of conversation. The anthropologist Kate Fox, in her book Watching the English, describes these Victorian social rituals as a complex choreography of status performance, where one wrong move could socially ruin you. You had to know exactly which families were appropriate to associate with. You had to attend the right balls, the right dinners, the right charity events. You had to dress appropriately for each occasion, and appropriately meant expensive, fashionable, but not too fashionable because that would be vulgar. You had to be entertaining but not attention-seeking, intelligent but not too intellectual, attractive but not vain. And here's what really gets me. All of this social performance was framed as the wife's duty to support her husband's position in society. She was essentially a living, breathing status symbol. Her beauty, her charm, her connections, her ability to host perfect dinner parties, these were assets that increased her husband's social and business capital. But if she failed, if she made a social misstep, if she wasn't charming enough, if she didn't dress well enough, if her dinner parties weren't successful, that reflected badly on her husband, and she'd hear about it. There's a letter from a Victorian husband to his wife, preserved in a collection of family papers, that's absolutely chilling in its casualness. He writes, "My dear, Lord Pemberton mentioned that you seemed rather subdued at dinner last evening. I trust you were not unwell. Remember that our social position requires you to be at your most sparkling when we entertain. Do try to be more animated next time. Do try to be more animated." Like she's a wind-up toy that needs to perform better. Now let's talk about what these wealthy women couldn't do. The restrictions that came with all that luxury. They couldn't travel alone. A respectable lady never went anywhere without a chaperone, usually a female relative or a lady's companion. Even just going shopping required bringing someone along. The idea of a married woman travelling independently, staying in hotels alone, or heaven forbid travelling abroad without her husband. Scandalous. Impossible. There's a fascinating book called The Englishwoman in America by Isabella Bird, published in 1856. Bird was a middle-class woman, not wealthy, who managed to travel extensively and write about her experiences. Her work was popular, but she was also heavily criticized for being unwomanly in her independence, and she could only do it because she was unmarried and claimed poor health that required travel for recovery. Married upper-class women had no such options. They couldn't pursue careers or serious education. A wealthy wife might dabble in watercolours or play the piano or do elegant embroidery, but these were accomplishments for display, not professions. If she was passionate about something, like Charlotte Guest was about Welsh literature, she could pursue it only as a hobby, and only as long as it didn't interfere with her primary duties as a wife. Emily Davies, founder of Girton College, Cambridge, fought in the 1860s and 1870s to allow women access to university education. She documented how wealthy families were often the most resistant to educating their daughters beyond basic accomplishments. As she wrote in her pamphlet The Higher Education of Women in 1866, parents of means seem to fear that education will make their daughters unmarriageable, or worse, make them dissatisfied with the limited sphere appointed to them. Dissatisfied with the limited sphere. That was the real fear. If wealthy women were educated, if they developed their minds fully, they might start questioning why they were trapped in golden cages. They couldn't control their own money, as we've discussed. But it's worth emphasizing again because the implications were profound. These women might come from wealthy families, they might have substantial dowries or inheritances, but once married, all of it belonged to their husbands. Every penny. And if their husbands were bad with money, if they gambled or made poor investments or were simply selfish, the wives had no recourse. They could watch their family fortunes disappear and do absolutely nothing about it. Lady Augusta Gregory, who became an important figure in the Irish literary revival, married Sir William Gregory in 1880. He was 63, she was 28. It was largely a marriage of convenience for both parties. In her autobiography, 70 Years, she describes how her husband controlled every aspect of their finances. She had to ask him for money for her own clothes, for charity donations, for everything. She wrote, "I felt less like a wife than like a particularly favoured servant who had to justify every expense. A particularly favoured servant. That's how a woman from a wealthy family, married to a wealthy man living in luxury, felt about her position. Now, let me ask you something. If you had a choice between being materially comfortable but controlled in every aspect of your life, or being poor but free to make your own choices, which would you pick?" It's not an easy question, is it? The thing is, Victorian upper-class women didn't get to make that choice. They were born into their class positions, married within their class, and expected to accept the gilded prison that came with wealth. And the isolation. We need to talk about the isolation, because I think this might have been the hardest part. Wealthy Victorian houses were often large, staffed by servants who weren't equals or friends, set in extensive grounds that separated them from neighbours. The wife might spend most of her day seeing almost no one except servants and perhaps her children. Though upper-class children were often primarily raised by nannies and governesses, so even that interaction was limited. Her husband might be at his club, at his business, pursuing his interests. She was expected to stay home, to maintain the household, to be there when he wanted her, and invisible when he didn't. And she couldn't form deep friendships easily because everything was about status and competition. Other wealthy wives were rivals as much as potential friends, competing for social position, for their husband's advancement, for their children's advantageous marriages. Trust was difficult. Genuine connection was rare. Historian Leonore Davidoff, in her book The Best Circle Society, Etiquette and the Season, describes how upper-class Victorian women existed in a web of superficial social connections that substituted for but could never replace genuine emotional intimacy. So you're isolated in your grand house. You can't confide in servants because that would be crossing class boundaries. You can't really trust other society ladies. You can't pursue meaningful work or education. You can't travel or have adventures. You can't even control your own money. What's left? What do you do with your mind, your energy, your potential? Some women threw themselves into motherhood, though remember, they weren't allowed to be too involved because upper-class children were supposed to be raised primarily by servants. Some became obsessed with maintaining their beauty and fashion because that was one area where they could exert some control. Some took up elaborate hobbies, painting, music, needlework, and became quite skilled, though they could never be professional artists. And some became ill. So many became ill. Victorian literature is full of references to delicate, sickly upper-class women, fainting spells, headaches, mysterious ailments, nervous complaints. And yes, some of this was likely real physical illness caused by tight corseting, poor diet, and lack of exercise. But a lot of it was what we'd now recognise as depression, anxiety, and psychosomatic responses to intolerable situations. When you can't express your frustration or anger or disappointment directly, when you can't change your circumstances, sometimes your body expresses it for you. And here's the really twisted part. Being delicate and sickly was almost fashionable. It proved you were refined, sensitive, too pure for the harsh realities of the world. The Victorian ideal of feminine beauty included pallor and fragility. Women actually cultivated this look, wearing cosmetics to make themselves look paler, emphasizing their delicacy. So the system that made women sick then turned that sickness into an aesthetic ideal. It's almost darkly comedic if it weren't so tragic. There's a poem by Emily Dickinson, American not British but the Victorian culture was similar, that captures this perfectly. She wrote, "They shut me up in prose, as when a little girl. They put me in the closet, because they liked me still. Because they liked me still. Quiet, motionless, contained." That's what Victorian society wanted from upper-class women. Beautiful, delicate ornaments that enhanced their husband's status but never made waves, never caused trouble, never demanded more. But here's what I find inspiring about this whole terrible situation. Some women refused to be still. Some women found ways to break out of their cages, even at great personal cost. Lady Hester Stanhope in the early 1800s rejected conventional society entirely. After serving as hostess for her uncle, Prime Minister William Pitt, she left England and travelled to the Middle East. She never married. She lived in Lebanon, adopted local dress, became involved in regional politics. She was called eccentric, unwomanly, probably insane. She didn't care. She chose freedom and adventure over respectability and luxury. Florence Nightingale came from a wealthy family that expected her to marry well and maintain a conventional upper-class life. She rejected multiple marriage proposals. She fought her family for years to pursue nursing, a profession considered far beneath her class. Her mother and sister were horrified. Florence persisted. She eventually became the founder of modern nursing and a genuine hero of the Crimean War. But it's important to note, both these women paid a price for their independence. They were criticised, ostracised, called unnatural. They had to fight incredibly hard, and they could only do it by remaining unmarried. Once a woman married into the upper class, escape became nearly impossible. Because here's the final thing about the Golden Cage. The bars weren't just legal or social, they were financial. A wealthy wife who left her husband left with nothing. She couldn't take her clothes, her jewellery, her money. Everything belonged to him. Where would she go? How would she live? She'd lose her children, lose her home, lose her social position. She'd be whispered about, gossiped about, possibly cut off entirely from everyone she knew. And she'd have no way to support herself because wealthy women weren't trained for any profession. So most stayed. They made the best of their gilded prisons. They found small pleasures where they could, in their children, in their gardens, in their artistic pursuits, in quiet acts of rebellion that no one else noticed. And they passed this same constrained existence onto their daughters, preparing them for the same beautiful, suffocating lives. But as the Victorian era progressed, as the world changed, as new ideas about women's rights began to circulate, the contrast between working women's lives and wealthy women's lives became impossible to ignore. That's what we need to explore next. Because the working-class wife had her own kind of hell to endure. She didn't live in a mansion, didn't have servants, didn't wear silk dresses. But she also didn't have the luxury of retreating into delicate fragility. She had to work, hard, physical labour, while also managing a household, bearing children, and submitting to the same laws that gave her husband absolute power over her. If the upper-class wife was locked in a golden cage, the working-class wife was buried under a mountain of labour, with no cage protecting her at all. Just exposure to poverty, violence and exploitation with none of the material comfort that might have made it slightly more bearable. So let's descend from the drawing rooms and grand staircases. Let's walk into the cramped tenements and factory towns. Let's see what marriage meant when you had nothing to cushion the blow of male power, when there was no luxury to distract from the brutal reality of being legally owned by another human being. The working wife's story is waiting, and I promise you, it's going to make you understand that while wealth created different kinds of suffering, the fundamental injustice of Victorian marriage cut across all class lines. Every wife, rich or poor, lived under the same basic truth. She belonged to her husband, body and soul, until death separated them. Let's bear witness to that truth in its rawest form. Strip away the silk curtains, remove the servants, take away the china tea sets and the afternoon social calls. What's left when you remove all the trappings of wealth from Victorian marriage? Raw survival. back-breaking labour and the same fundamental powerlessness, but now without any cushion between you and absolute destitution. If the upper-class wife lived in a golden cage, the working-class wife didn't even have a cage. She had a cliff edge. And she spent every single day of her married life one step away from falling off it into complete disaster. Tonight, we're entering the world of women who made up the vast majority of Victorian wives, the ones who didn't have the luxury of fainting spells or delicate nerves, the ones who couldn't retreat into refined fragility, because if they stopped working for even one day, their children would starve. Let me paint you a picture of a typical working-class Victorian wife's day. Her name is Mary. She's 26 years old. She's been married for 7 years and has 4 living children. She's buried 2 others who didn't survive infancy. She lives in a 2-room tenement in industrial Manchester with her husband, her children, and sometimes her husband's elderly mother. Mary wakes at 4:30 in the morning. She doesn't have a lady's maid bringing her tea. She has a cold room, a straw mattress she shares with her husband and infant, and exactly 30 minutes to get herself and the older children ready before she has to leave for work. She works at a textile mill. She's been working there since she was 10 years old. Child labour was completely legal and common. The work is dangerous. Women regularly lost fingers in the machinery. The air is thick with cotton dust that causes respiratory disease. The noise is deafening. The hours are brutal, typically 12 to 14 hours a day, 6 days a week. And here's the thing about Mary's wages. They're about half what a man doing the same work would earn. Women's labour was systematically devalued. But that's not even the worst part. The worst part is that under coverture, Mary's wages legally belong to her husband. She hands over every penny she earns, and he decides how it gets spent. If her husband is responsible and caring, maybe the money goes toward rent and food. If he's not, and many weren't, maybe it goes toward alcohol at the pub while Mary and the children go hungry. Ellen Ross, in her book Love and Toil, Motherhood in Outcast London, 1870-1918, documents how working-class wives often had to beg their husbands for money to buy food for the children. Beg for money they had earned themselves. One woman told social investigators, "I works all day at the factory. Then I comes home and he takes my wages. Sometimes he gives me a few shillings for food. Sometimes he don't. Sometimes he's already drunk it away. And there's nothing I can do about it because the law says that money is his." The law says that money is his, even though she earned it with her own labour, her own body, her own exhaustion. So Mary finishes her 12-hour shift at the mill. Does she get to go home and rest? Of course not. She has to stop at the market if her husband has given her any money. She has to go home and cook dinner for the family over a small coal fire. She has to clean their cramped rooms. She has to wash clothes by hand. No washing machines, just a washboard and her own aching arms. She has to mind the children, mend their clothes, try to keep them from getting sick in overcrowded, unsanitary conditions. By the time she falls into bed, it's often past 11 at night. She's been awake and working for nearly 19 hours, and in a few short hours she'll have to get up and do it all again. Now ask yourself, how is this woman supposed to be the angel in the house that Victorian ideology demanded? How is she supposed to maintain a peaceful, beautiful home when she's working herself to death just to survive? How is she supposed to be gracious and charming and cheerful when she's exhausted, underfed and desperate? The answer is she can't. And Victorian society knew she couldn't, but they blamed her anyway. Middle and upper-class social reformers who ventured into working-class neighbourhoods were shocked to find homes that weren't spotlessly clean, children who weren't perfectly dressed, wives who seemed worn out and short-tempered. And they wrote reports about how the working classes needed to be educated in proper domestic values. as if the problem was ignorance rather than poverty and exploitation. Beatrice Webb, a social reformer who actually did important work documenting poverty, still wrote in her 1888 report, "The working-class wife often fails to create a comfortable home atmosphere, which may explain why her husband seeks recreation at the public house. Do you see what she did there? She blamed the wife for not making the home comfortable enough, while completely ignoring that the wife was working 14-hour days in a factory, then coming home to do all the domestic labour with no help, no money, and no rest. And she suggested that the husband's drinking was somehow the wife's fault for not making home appealing enough. This is the same victim-blaming logic applied across class lines. If your husband is terrible, it must be because you're not being a good enough wife. Never mind the actual circumstances. Never mind the impossible expectations. And let's talk about those public houses, the pubs, because they're central to understanding working-class Victorian marriage. In working-class culture, pubs were male spaces. Men went there after work to drink, socialise, escape the crowded conditions at home. And for many men, a significant portion of their wages went toward alcohol. Historian John Burnett, in his book Liquid Pleasures, A Social History of Drinks in Modern Britain, estimates that working-class families spent between 1/4 and 1/3 of their income on alcohol, primarily consumed by men. 1/4 to 1/3 of the household income, while children went hungry, while wives struggled to pay rent, while families lived in desperate poverty, and wives had absolutely no legal recourse. They couldn't stop their husbands from drinking away the rent money. They couldn't access the wages they'd earned themselves. They just had to watch their children suffer and somehow make miracles happen with whatever money was left over. There's a heartbreaking testimony in the archives of the 1834 Poor Law Commission. A woman named Sarah testified, "My husband earns good wages, but I never see more than a few shillings of it. He drinks the rest. I take in washing to feed the children. I've pawned everything we own. I don't know what else to do. When I complain, he beats me and says a man has a right to spend his own money as he pleases. A man has a right to spend his own money as he pleases, even when that money was keeping his children alive, even when his wife had earned half of it herself. Now we need to talk about something darker. We need to talk about domestic violence in working-class Victorian marriages, because while abuse happened across all classes, working-class women had absolutely no protection from it. Remember, husbands had the legal right to reasonably chastise their wives, the legal right to hit them. The only question was whether the violence was excessive, and the bar for excessive was horrifyingly high. Historian Nancy Tomes, in her research on domestic violence in Victorian London, found that police and magistrates were extremely reluctant to intervene in cases of wife-beating, unless the injuries were severe enough to require hospitalisation, or unless the beating happened in public where it disturbed the peace. A husband could beat his wife in their home, and neighbours who heard the screams would often do nothing, because it was domestic, a private matter between husband and wife. The police wouldn't come unless the violence spilled out into the street and became a public nuisance. And even when cases did go to court, the sentences were minimal. Fines of a few shillings, a few days in jail, a promise to keep the peace, which was rarely enforced. Then the husband would come home, angrier than before, and the wife would face retaliation for daring to report him. Frances Power Cobbe, that feminist reformer we've mentioned before, wrote a famous essay in 1878 called Wife Torture in England. She documented case after case of horrific abuse, women who were beaten unconscious, who had broken bones, who'd been burned or cut or kicked while pregnant. She argued that wife-beating was a form of torture that should be treated as a serious crime. Her essay caused a public scandal, not because people were shocked that men were beating their wives. Everyone knew that happened. But because Cobb had the audacity to call it torture and demand legal reform, she wrote, "The whole common law of England has shaped itself upon the assumption that the husband is the wife's lord and master. He has a right to her property, to her earnings, to her person, to her society and her services. What he has no right to is to torture her, and yet the law gives her almost no protection from such torture." The essay did lead to some reform. The Matrimonial Causes Act of 1878 finally allowed abused wives to obtain separation orders and custody of children under 10. But, and this is crucial, they had to prove aggravated assault. One beating wasn't enough. Regular beatings weren't enough. The violence had to be severe, repeated, and well documented. And even then, the woman got a separation, not a divorce. She was still married. She still couldn't remarry. She just got permission to live apart from the man who was beating her. And here's the impossibly cruel part. If she left him, she left with nothing. She couldn't take furniture, household items, money, nothing. It all belonged to him. So she'd have to survive on her own earnings while also caring for children under 10. Children over 10 stayed with their father. Because remember, children were the father's property. How is a working-class woman supposed to survive this? She's already working full-time for half a man's wages. Now she has to pay for her own lodging, feed herself and her young children, all on those meagre wages with no support from her husband. Many women simply couldn't do it. They had to go back to their abusers because the alternative was homelessness and starvation. This is what the legal system did to women. It trapped them in violent marriages by making escape economically impossible. And if a woman had no extended family to help her, if she couldn't survive on her own earnings, her options were grim. The workhouse, those Victorian institutions that were deliberately made harsh and punishing to discourage people from seeking relief, or prostitution, or sometimes both. The connection between domestic violence, poverty and prostitution is well documented. Many Victorian prostitutes had fled abusive marriages or had been widowed with no means of support. Judith Wolkowitz's research shows that a significant percentage of prostitutes in Victorian London were married women or widows trying to survive, and Victorian society blamed these women, called them immoral, treated them as if they'd chosen this life rather than being forced into it by a system that gave them no alternatives. But let me tell you about the women who fought back, because despite everything, some working-class women found ways to resist. They formed mutual aid societies, informal networks where women would help each other in times of crisis. If one woman's husband drank away the rent money, neighbours might contribute a few pennies each to help. If a woman was beaten badly, other women would shelter her children or provide refuge. They passed along information about birth control, folk methods, traditional knowledge that gave them some tiny bit of control over their reproductive lives, even though this information was illegal and considered obscene. They hid money from their husbands. This was technically theft under the law, remember. All her earnings belonged to him, but many women would claim they earned less than they did, or they'd do extra work on the side and hide those earnings, just to have something put away for emergencies. Some women formed women's trade unions to fight for better wages and working conditions. This was radical and controversial. In 1888, the Bryant and May Match Girls went on strike to protest their horrific working conditions and poverty wages. The strike was led by women, including wives and mothers, who risked everything to demand better treatment. They won. It was one of the first successful strikes by women workers in British history, and it inspired other women to organise, to recognise their collective power even when the law said they had no power at all. But here's what breaks my heart. These acts of resistance were survival strategies, not solutions. They were ways to make an unjust system slightly more bearable, not ways to change the system itself. the fundamental problem remained. Marriage gave husbands absolute power over their wives, and for working-class women, that power could mean the difference between survival and death. Let me share one final story that I think captures the absolute hell of being a working-class Victorian wife. In 1895, a woman was brought before a London magistrate. She'd been arrested for pawning her husband's Sunday coat, his good coat that he wore to church. It was a crime because under the law everything belonged to him, and she'd essentially stolen and sold his property. Her defence, documented in court records, was simple and devastating. Her husband had been drunk for 3 days. She had no money. Her children hadn't eaten in 2 days. She pawned the coat to buy bread. She knew it was illegal. She knew she'd be arrested. She did it anyway because watching her children starve was worse than going to jail. The magistrate convicted her. She was sentenced to a month of hard labour. The children went to the workhouse while she was imprisoned. The husband faced no consequences for drinking away all the money or for failing to feed his children. Because he was the head of household, he had the right to dispose of his income as he wished. That woman made an impossible choice in an impossible situation created by laws designed to benefit men at women's expense. And then she was punished for that choice, while the man who created the crisis faced nothing. This is what Victorian marriage meant for working-class women. Impossible choices, exhaustion, violence, poverty, and no way out. But we need to understand something else. We need to understand what happened when women, any women, but especially working-class women who couldn't afford doctors, tried to speak about their suffering. When they complained of being tired, being unhappy, being unable to cope with the impossible demands placed on them. Victorian medicine had an answer for these women, a diagnosis that could be applied to any woman who wasn't sufficiently cheerful, sufficiently compliant, sufficiently silent, a diagnosis that allowed doctors to dismiss women's very real suffering as mental illness. They called it hysteria. And in the next part of our journey, we're going to explore how Victorian medicine weaponized the concept of women's mental health to silence, control, and punish women who dared to be unhappy with their circumstances. We're going to see how exhaustion from impossible labour became hysteria, how anger at abuse became mania, how depression from trapped, hopeless circumstances became evidence of inherent female weakness, and how doctors used these diagnoses to justify treatments that were really just torture dressed up in medical language. The asylum is waiting, the diagnosis is ready, and the cure is worse than any disease. Let's continue. Because understanding how Victorian medicine pathologized women's suffering is crucial to understanding the complete picture of control. It wasn't just legal control. It wasn't just economic control. It was medical control too. The power to declare a woman insane simply for being unable to bear the unbearable. Stay with me. This gets darker before it gets better. But we need to witness this. We need to understand what was done to women in the name of healing them. What do you call a woman who's exhausted from bearing 10 children, who's trapped in a loveless marriage, who has no legal rights, no money of her own, and no hope of escape? If you're a Victorian doctor, you call her hysterical, and you treat her illness with methods that would be considered torture by today's standards. Welcome to the intersection of Victorian medicine and Victorian misogyny, where women's very real suffering was pathologized as mental illness, where being unhappy with your circumstances was evidence of a diseased mind rather than a rational response to an unjust situation, where the cure was often worse than the disease, because the disease was really just being female in a society designed to break you. Tonight we're diving into one of the darkest chapters of medical history, the story of how Victorian medicine took women who were depressed, anxious, angry, or simply exhausted and labelled them insane. Let's start with the word itself, hysteria. It comes from the Greek word hystera, meaning uterus. That's right. The very name of this diagnosis proclaimed that it was caused by the female reproductive system. Men couldn't be hysterical, by definition, because they didn't have uteruses. This wasn't new to the Victorian era. The idea that women's wombs made them irrational went back to ancient Greece, but Victorian doctors took this ancient prejudice and dressed it up in modern medical language, making it seem scientific and legitimate. And the symptoms of hysteria? They were incredibly broad and vague. According to Victorian medical texts, hysteria could manifest as anxiety, depression, irritability, fainting, insomnia, nervousness, emotional outbursts, loss of appetite, excessive sexual desire, lack of sexual desire, fatigue, headaches, stomach problems. Basically any symptom that deviated from the perfect angel in the house ideal. Dr. Robert Carter, in his 1853 book on the pathology and treatment of hysteria, described hysteria as a disease which simulates almost every other disease. In other words, if a woman had any complaint whatsoever, it could be hysteria. And here's the insidious part. The diagnosis of hysteria was almost always applied to married women. Young unmarried women might be called nervous or delicate. But married women who weren't happy, who weren't coping well, who dared to express dissatisfaction, hysterical. Because if the problem was in her mind, in her diseased hysterical female mind, then it wasn't the fault of marriage or society or her husband or the laws that oppressed her. The problem was her. She was defective. She needed to be fixed. Let me tell you about a real case that illustrates this perfectly. In 1858, a woman we'll call Mrs. Edwards was admitted to a private asylum in Surrey. Her admission papers, which are preserved in historical records, state her symptoms as melancholic disposition, refusal to perform household duties, expressing wishes contrary to her husband's will, and persistent low spirits despite having no reason for unhappiness. Let's unpack that. She was depressed. She wasn't keeping house perfectly. She disagreed with her husband. And, this is key, she was unhappy, despite having no reason for unhappiness. According to who? According to her husband and the doctor he consulted. They determined she had no reason to be unhappy. Therefore her unhappiness was irrational. Therefore she was mentally ill. The records don't tell us what Mrs. Edwards's life was actually like. We don't know if her husband was cruel or unfaithful or controlling. We don't know if she was exhausted from childbearing or grieving a lost child, or simply worn down by the endless demands of Victorian wifehood. All we know is that she wasn't happy, and that was enough to get her institutionalized. And once a woman was diagnosed with hysteria, the treatments were, let me just say, they were not designed with the patient's well-being in mind. The most common treatment was rest cure, popularized by Dr. Silas Weir Mitchell in the 1870s. It sounds gentle, doesn't it? Rest. Who wouldn't want rest? But the rest cure wasn't about relaxation. It was about complete sensory deprivation and infantilization. The patient was confined to bed, not allowed to sit up, not allowed to walk, not allowed to do any physical activity whatsoever. She was fed milk and often force-fed to gain weight because Victorian doctors believed being thin was unhealthy. She wasn't allowed to read, write, or do any intellectual activity. No visitors except family, no stimulation, nothing. Just lying in bed, being fed like an infant, for weeks, or sometimes months. Charlotte Perkins Gilman, the American writer, underwent the rest cure in 1887 for what was almost certainly postpartum depression. She later wrote about it in her famous short story The Yellow Wallpaper, which is barely fiction, It's essentially documentary of her experience. In her autobiography, The Living of Charlotte Perkins Gilman, published in 1935, she wrote, "I was put to bed and kept there. I was fed, bathed, rubbed and manipulated. I was not allowed to sit up, to sew, to read, to write. I was not allowed to walk, and I came perilously near to losing my mind." The cure nearly drove her insane. She eventually recovered only by abandoning the treatment and divorcing her husband, and doing the exact opposite of what the doctor ordered. She worked, she wrote, she used her mind, and she got better. But many women didn't have that option. They were under their husband's control, and if the husband wanted them institutionalized or treated, there was nothing they could do about it. And the rest cure was actually one of the milder treatments. Let's talk about some of the others. Hydrotherapy was popular. This involved alternating hot and cold baths, sometimes dozens of times in one session, or being wrapped tightly in wet sheets, or having cold water sprayed at high pressure directly onto the body, particularly the pelvic region. Because remember, hysteria was caused by the uterus, so directing treatment there made sense to Victorian doctors. Dr. John Harvey Kellogg, yes, the cereal guy, ran a sanitarium where he practiced extreme versions of hydrotherapy on female patients. His methods included ice water enemas, sitting in ice baths, and what he called vibratory chair treatments. The discomfort and humiliation were features, not bugs. The treatments were supposed to shock the patient out of her hysteria. Then there was electrotherapy, applying electrical shocks to various parts of the body, including the genitals. This was supposed to stimulate the nerves and cure hysteria. What it actually did was cause pain, fear, and trauma. Some doctors practiced pelvic massage, which was ostensibly medical but was really just forced sexual stimulation performed by doctors or nurses to induce hysterical paroxysm, what we would now recognize as orgasm. The Victorian belief was that this released the built-up tensions causing hysteria. Think about that for a moment. Women who were unhappy in their marriages, who were sexually unfulfilled or traumatized, were subjected to forced sexual stimulation by medical professionals in the name of treatment. The violation and humiliation of this is staggering. And in the most extreme cases there was surgery, ovariotomy, removal of the ovaries, clitoridectomy, removal of the clitoris. These were performed to cure hysteria, excessive sexual desire, masturbation, or simply chronic unhappiness. Dr. Isaac Baker Brown, who we mentioned earlier, genuinely believed that removing women's clitorises would cure them of all sorts of mental and physical ailments. He published case studies claiming miraculous recoveries. He was eventually expelled from the Obstetrical Society of London in 1867. Not because the procedure was barbaric, but because he performed it without proper consent from the patient's husbands. Without consent from the husbands. The women's consent didn't matter. Only the men who owned them had the right to authorize surgical mutilation of their bodies. Now, here's a question I want you to consider. Were these doctors evil? Were they deliberately torturing women? Some probably were sadists who enjoyed their power over helpless patients. But I think many genuinely believed they were helping. They'd been trained in a medical system that viewed women as fundamentally different from and inferior to men. They believed women were controlled by their reproductive systems. They believed that women who weren't happy in their natural roles as wives and mothers must be sick, and that belief system allowed them to do horrific things while feeling noble about it. Historian Elaine Showalter, in her groundbreaking book The Female Malady, Women, Madness and English Culture, 1830–1980, documents how Victorian psychiatry essentially pathologized femininity itself. She writes, "Women who were too assertive could be labeled hysterical. Women who were too passive could be labeled hysterical. Women who wanted sex could be labelled nymphomaniacs. Women who didn't want sex could be labelled frigid. There was no way to be female and mentally healthy by Victorian medical standards. No way to win. No right answer. Any deviation from the impossibly narrow definition of proper femininity could get you diagnosed as insane. And once you were labelled insane, once you were institutionalised, getting out was nearly impossible. Victorian asylums were supposed to be places of healing. In reality, many were warehouses for inconvenient women. Women whose husbands wanted to be rid of them. Women whose families found them embarrassing. Women who had inherited money that male relatives wanted to control. Women who were simply too independent, too outspoken, too unwilling to submit. The laws around commitment were shockingly lax. Two doctors, who might be friends of the husband, who might have financial incentives to sign committal papers, could declare a woman insane. That's all it took. No hearing, no chance for the woman to defend herself. Just 2 signatures, and she could be locked away. And once inside, she had no rights. She couldn't leave. She couldn't demand release. She couldn't even write letters to the outside world without them being intercepted and read by the asylum staff. If she protested too loudly, that was taken as further evidence of her insanity. There are documented cases of perfectly sane women who were institutionalized by their husbands and kept there for years or even decades. Some were released only after their husbands died, and they were no longer legally under male control. Louisa Nottage is one such case, documented by historian Sarah Wise in her book Inconvenient People: Lunacy, Liberty and the Mad Doctors in Victorian England. Louisa was a wealthy woman who joined a religious community in the 1840s. Her family disapproved. They had her seized, declared insane, and locked in an asylum for 3 years. She eventually won her release and sued the doctors who had committed her. She won her case, but it took years of legal battles and cost her most of her fortune, and she was lucky. She was wealthy enough to afford lawyers. Most women weren't. Most women who were locked away simply disappeared from public life, their fates unknown. The asylum system was essentially legal kidnapping, and it was used as a threat to control women's behaviour. Behave yourself, or I'll have you committed was a real threat that husbands could and did make. The possibility of being declared insane and locked away loomed over every Victorian wife who dared to express dissatisfaction. But here's something fascinating. Despite all this medical and institutional power arrayed against them, some women saw right through it. They recognized that hysteria was a social construct, not a real disease. They understood that they weren't sick. The society making them sick was sick. Elizabeth Packard was an American woman who was institutionalized by her husband in 1860, simply for disagreeing with his religious views. After her release 3 years later, she became an activist for the rights of the mentally ill and for married women. She wrote several books exposing the abuses of asylum systems and advocating for legal reforms. In her 1868 book, Modern Persecution or Insane Asylums Unveiled, she wrote, "I was not insane when I entered the asylum, and I was not cured when I left. I was simply a woman with opinions that my husband found inconvenient. The asylum was not a hospital. It was a prison for women who dared to think." And gradually, very gradually, some doctors began to question the hysteria diagnosis too, not because they suddenly developed feminist consciousness, but because even they could see that the treatments didn't work. Women weren't getting better. In fact, the harsh treatments often made them worse. By the late Victorian era, some progressive doctors were beginning to suggest that maybe, just maybe, women's nervous disorders were caused by their circumstances rather than their uteruses. Maybe being trapped in oppressive marriages, being denied education and meaningful work, being treated as inferior beings. Maybe that was enough to make anyone depressed and anxious. But this was a radical idea, and it didn't become mainstream medical thinking until well into the 20th century. For most of the Victorian era, if you were a wife struggling with the impossible demands placed on you, if you were depressed or anxious or angry, you had three options: suffer in silence, risk being labelled insane, or find small ways to resist that no one could detect. And many women chose that third option. They found ways to cope, to survive, to maintain some sense of self despite the system trying to erase them. Some turned to laudanum, opium dissolved in alcohol, which was legal, cheap, and widely available. It was marketed as a cure for everything from headaches to insomnia to menstrual cramps, and it numbed the pain, both physical and emotional. Of course, it was also highly addictive, and many Victorian women became dependent on it. But in a world where your suffering was dismissed and your complaints could get you institutionalized, self-medication seemed like the only option. Some women formed close emotional bonds with other women, passionate friendships that provided the understanding and support their marriages didn't. Victorian society called these romantic friendships and generally tolerated them because they didn't threaten male power the way romantic relationships with men would have. These friendships gave women emotional survival lines, and some women just endured. They survived day by day, finding small joys where they could, holding on to hope that things might someday change, even when change seemed impossible. But here's what we need to understand. All of these survival strategies, the medication, the secret friendships, the quiet endurance, these weren't solving the fundamental problem. They were band-aids on a wound that required surgery. The problem wasn't women's weakness or madness. The problem was a system that gave men absolute power over women's bodies, minds, and lives. And that system had one more tool in its arsenal that we need to examine. One more way of controlling women through their bodies. We've talked about how marriage laws controlled them, how social expectations crushed them, how medical diagnoses pathologized them. But there's one more aspect of control we haven't fully explored yet. The quiet resistance strategies that women developed, the secret ways they pushed back against the system, even when open rebellion was impossible, the underground networks of support and knowledge that allowed them to survive and, sometimes, to subvert the power structures that oppressed them. That's where we're heading next. Because for every story of control and oppression, there's also a story of resistance. For every woman who was broken by the system, there was another who found ways to bend it without breaking herself. The resistance was quiet, often invisible to the male-dominated historical record, but it was there, and it mattered. Let's uncover those stories of resistance. Let's see how Victorian wives fought back in the only ways available to them, because understanding their courage, their refusal to be completely erased despite everything arrayed against them, that's crucial to understanding the full story. Stay with me. The resistance is about to begin. They couldn't vote. They couldn't own property. They couldn't divorce without extraordinary circumstances. They couldn't even control their own bodies. Victorian wives were legally, socially, and economically powerless, and yet they resisted. Not with armies or protests or dramatic public rebellions, though those would come eventually, but with whispers in parlours, with letters hidden in locked drawers, with small acts of defiance that no one noticed except the women themselves, with networks of knowledge passed from mother to daughter, friend to friend, in coded language that men couldn't decipher. This is the story that often gets left out of history books, the story of how powerless women found power in the only places available to them, in silence, in secrets, in sisterhood. Tonight, we're uncovering the resistance, the quiet revolution that happened in Victorian bedrooms and kitchens and parlours while men thought they had everything under control. Let's start with something that might surprise you. Victorian wives had a secret language, not literally, though some developed codes for letters they didn't want husbands to read, but a language of euphemisms, subtle signals, and shared understanding that allowed them to communicate about forbidden topics without saying anything explicit. When women gathered for afternoon tea or sewing circles, the conversation might sound innocuous to any man who happened to overhear. They'd discuss household management, children's health, social gossip. Perfectly proper topics for ladies. But within those conversations were coded messages. Mrs. Thompson is suffering from female troubles again, might mean she was pregnant and dreading it. Mrs. Wilson has found a wonderful new tonic for her nerves, might mean she'd found a source for laudanum or even an abortifacient. Miss James is visiting her aunt in the country for the summer might mean she was pregnant and unmarried, sent away to have the baby in secret. Historian Judith Flanders, in her book The Victorian City Everyday Life in Dickens' London, documents how Victorian women developed elaborate euphemistic vocabularies around reproduction and sexuality precisely because they couldn't discuss these topics openly. She writes, "Women became experts in saying important things without actually saying them. The ability to communicate crucial information while maintaining plausible deniability was a survival skill, and the information they shared, it was literally life-saving. Birth control information was illegal to distribute under the Obscene Publications Act of 1857. Publishing information about preventing pregnancy could get you arrested and imprisoned, but women shared this knowledge anyway, in whispers, in private letters, in conversations that left no written record. They shared folk remedies, some that worked, some that didn't, and some that were dangerous. Douching with various substances, using primitive pessaries made from sponges, herbal preparations that might prevent implantation or induce early miscarriage. The rhythm method, though few understood the science well enough to use it effectively, some of these methods worked occasionally, many didn't work at all. But the point is, women were trying. They were taking whatever tiny amount of control they could grasp over their own reproductive lives, even when doing so was illegal and immoral by society's standards. And here's something fascinating. When birth control information did become available in printed form, like Annie Besant and Charles Bradlaugh's pamphlet in 1877, it spread like wildfire among women. As I mentioned earlier, over 125,000 copies sold in 3 months after their obscenity trial. Women were desperate for this information. They formed lending circles, passing copies from friend to friend, hand to hand, under the table at tea parties. The establishment was horrified. Medical journals published editorials warning that birth control would lead to the moral decay of society. Religious leaders preached against it from pulpits. Politicians debated whether the declining birth rate threatened the British Empire. But women kept sharing information, because they knew something the establishment didn't want to acknowledge, that their bodies couldn't sustain endless pregnancies, that they had the right to some say in their own lives, that survival sometimes required breaking unjust laws. Now let's talk about money. Remember, under coverture, married women's wages belonged to their husbands, but many women found ways around this. Working-class women would claim they earned less than they actually did and hide the difference. They'd take on extra work, laundry, sewing, childcare, and hide those earnings. They'd save pennies and shillings in secret places, under floorboards, in hollow bedposts, sewn into the linings of their clothing. This was technically theft. The money legally belonged to their husbands, but it was also survival. That hidden money might be the difference between eating and starving when their husbands drank away the rent. It might be escape money if things got dangerous. It might be the seed money to start a small business after widowhood. Ellen Ross's research on working-class London families documents how common this practice was. She found references to it in court records. When women were accused of theft, they'd defend themselves by saying they were only saving money from their own wages. She found it in social workers' reports, and she found it in women's own testimony to various investigative commissions. One woman told investigators in 1889, "Course I hides a bit of my wages. Every woman does if she's got sense. You never know when you'll need it. My sister's husband drank himself to death and left her with nothing. At least I'll have something put by if the worst happens." If the worst happens, not if, when. Because women knew that husbands could die or abandon them or lose their jobs or drink away all the money, and having something hidden away was the only insurance policy they had. Middle and upper class women couldn't hide wage money because they weren't supposed to work for wages, but they found other ways to maintain some financial independence. Some women became authors. Writing was one of the few acceptable pursuits for ladies, and if they were successful, they might negotiate to keep some of their earnings separate through complex trust arrangements. The Bronte sisters, Charlotte, Emily and Anne, published their novels under male pseudonyms precisely to avoid the stigma of women writing for money. But they also negotiated carefully with their publishers to ensure they were paid. Charlotte Bronte, in letters to her publisher preserved in the British Library, explicitly discusses money and contracts in ways that show she understood her work's value, even if society didn't want women thinking about such vulgar matters. George Eliot, whose real name was Mary Ann Evans, lived openly with a man she wasn't married to, partly because marriage would have meant giving up control of her considerable literary earnings. She was socially ostracized for this choice, but she maintained her financial independence. That was worth more to her than respectability. These were exceptional women with exceptional talents, but they show that even within a restrictive system, some women found cracks they could exploit. Now let's talk about what might be the most subversive form of resistance: refusing to perform emotional labour. Victorian wives were supposed to be constantly cheerful, supportive, and emotionally available to their husbands. They were supposed to soothe male egos, manage male emotions, create peaceful domestic havens. This emotional labour was unrecognised and undervalued, but it was expected and demanded. Some women just stopped. They went on emotional strike. They'd maintain the outward appearance of propriety. They couldn't afford not to. But they'd withdraw all warmth, all genuine affection, all effort to make their husbands emotionally comfortable. They'd become cold, formal, correct, but distant. This is documented in letters and diaries. Women would write to friends, "I perform my duties as a wife mechanically. I am polite and proper, but my heart is closed to him. He will receive nothing from me beyond what I am legally obligated to give." This was dangerous. A husband could accuse his wife of being a bad wife if she wasn't sufficiently warm and cheerful. But if she maintained perfect external propriety while withdrawing emotionally, what could he actually complain about? She was doing everything correctly. She was just doing it without love. Some women went even further. They deliberately created uncomfortable domestic environments, not in obvious ways, that would invite punishment, but in subtle ways that were hard to pinpoint, meals that were technically edible but somehow unappetizing, conversations that were technically polite but somehow unsatisfying, a home that was technically clean but somehow unwelcoming. Author and historian Judith Flanders calls this malicious compliance, following all the rules perfectly while ensuring the outcome was unpleasant. It was a form of passive resistance that women could deploy without technically breaking any expectations. And here's something that's going to make you think differently about Victorian domesticity. Some women used their supposedly limited female sphere as a source of power. Remember, wives were supposed to manage the household. That meant they controlled access to the home. They decided who visited and when. They controlled the social calendar. They managed the servants who knew all the family's secrets. A clever woman could use this power strategically. She could forget to pass along messages from people her husband wanted to avoid. She could arrange social obligations that prevented him from going where he wanted to go. She could ensure that servants were loyal to her rather than to him, and servants knew everything that happened in a household. There's a wonderful passage in historian Jessica Gerard's book Country House Life, Family and Servants, 1815-1914, about how upper-class wives used their control of household staff as leverage in marital conflicts. A wife who had the loyalty of the servants could make her husband's life quite uncomfortable without doing anything he could complain about. Meals could be late, rooms could be cold, his favourite things could mysteriously be misplaced. And what was he going to do? Complain that his wife wasn't managing the servants properly? That would make him look weak, unable to control his own household, so he'd often have to simply endure whatever subtle discomforts his wife arranged. This wasn't available to working-class women who didn't have servants. But working-class women had other forms of power. They controlled food preparation. They controlled household schedules. A working wife who also had to do all domestic labour could make her husband's life much more pleasant, or much less pleasant through 1,000 small choices. Now I want to talk about diaries and letters, because these were crucial tools of resistance. Many Victorian women kept diaries, private journals where they could express their true feelings without censorship. Of course, there was always the danger that someone would find and read the diary, so women developed strategies. Some wrote in code, some hid their diaries elaborately, some burned entries after writing them, using the act of writing as catharsis even if the words couldn't be preserved. But many diaries did survive, and they provide us with evidence of women's inner lives that completely contradicts the public image of contentment. Women wrote about their unhappiness, their frustration, their anger. They wrote things they could never say out loud. One diary entry from the 1870s, preserved anonymously in archives, reads, "I smiled and played the piano this evening while guests were here. I was the perfect hostess, but inside I was screaming. Inside I was planning my escape, though I know escape is impossible. This diary is the only place I can be honest, the only place I can admit that I hate my life." That diary entry is heartbreaking, but it's also an act of resistance. By writing the truth, by creating a record of her real feelings, this woman was refusing to let her authentic self be completely erased. She was saying, "I exist. My feelings are real. Even if no one else acknowledges them, I acknowledge them." Letters were another form of resistance. Women wrote to each other, long, detailed letters that created intimacy and connection across distance. These letters often contained the only honest communication women had. They'd write things to female friends they'd never say to their husbands or families. The Victorians had a culture of intense female friendship that modern readers sometimes misinterpret as romantic or sexual. Sometimes it was. But often, these passionate friendships were about emotional survival, about having someone who understood your reality, someone who validated your feelings, someone who made you feel less alone. Historian Lillian Faderman, in her book Surpassing the Love of Men, documents how these female friendships provided emotional sustenance that marriages often didn't. She quotes letter after letter where Victorian women expressed deeper love and understanding for their female friends than for their husbands. One woman wrote to her friend in 1855, "You're my true companion of the heart. You understand me in ways my husband never could. With you, I can be myself. With him, I must always perform. These friendships were lifelines, and they were also subversive because they created loyalty networks outside of marriage. They reminded women that they were more than just wives, that they had identities and relationships that existed independently of their husbands. Now, let's talk about something that might seem small but wasn't: the resistance of knowledge. Victorian women were supposed to be ignorant about many things: politics, finance, science, their own bodies. But many women secretly educated themselves. They'd read their husbands' newspapers when the men weren't home. They'd read books on forbidden subjects. They'd attend lectures marketed to women but actually covering substantive topics. And they'd pass this knowledge on. Mothers would secretly educate their daughters beyond the accomplishments expected of young ladies. Women would form informal study groups. They'd discuss ideas that polite society said ladies shouldn't concern themselves with. This was laying groundwork. These self-educated women and their daughters would become the suffragettes, the reformers, the first generation of professional women. The resistance happening in Victorian parlours and bedrooms wasn't changing the system immediately, but it was creating the intellectual and emotional foundation for future change. And here's what I find most powerful about all these forms of resistance. They were done knowing that the women doing them might never see real change in their lifetimes. They were acts of defiance for their own sake, acts of maintaining human dignity in dehumanizing circumstances, acts of saying I matter when the world said you don't. That takes courage. More courage, maybe, than dramatic public rebellion. Because quiet resistance doesn't get celebrated. It doesn't get recorded in history books. It happens in private, leaves few traces, and often accomplishes nothing tangible except the preservation of one woman's sense of self. But those small acts of resistance added up. They created networks of support. They passed down knowledge. They kept alive the idea that women were fully human and deserved better than they were getting. And eventually, not quickly, not easily, but eventually, those individual acts of resistance became a collective movement for change. We're going to explore that movement soon, but first, we need to understand why it was so desperately needed. Why women reached a breaking point where quiet resistance wasn't enough anymore. Why some women decided that fighting for change, even knowing they might lose everything, was better than continuing to live as they had been. And to understand that, we need to confront the mechanism that kept women trapped even when they knew they were trapped. We need to talk about divorce, or rather, the impossibility of divorce. About what happened when women tried to legally escape their marriages and discovered that the law had designed a trap with no exits. That's where we turn next. To the stories of women who tried to leave and discovered just how complete their imprisonment was. To the legal and social barriers that made "till death do us part" not a romantic promise but a life sentence. Join me as we explore the divorce impossibility, the ultimate test of whether Victorian wives had any agency at all. Spoiler alert, they didn't. But their attempts to escape, and the few who succeeded against all odds, tell us everything about the system's desperation to keep women contained. Let's continue this journey together, because we're getting close to understanding the complete picture and to seeing how it all started to break down. You've discovered your husband is unfaithful, or abusive, or both. You've endured years of misery. You've tried everything: quiet resistance, emotional withdrawal, prayer, patience. Nothing has worked. You're dying slowly inside this marriage, watching your spirit break piece by piece. So you do what seems logical. You decide to leave, to divorce, to free yourself from this man who's made your life unbearable. And then you discover something that changes everything. You can't leave. Not really. Not without losing absolutely everything that matters to you. not without facing social annihilation, financial ruin, and permanent separation from your children. The marriage is a trap, and Victorian society designed it that way deliberately. Because if women could easily escape bad marriages, the entire system of male power would crumble. Tonight, we're exploring the labyrinth of Victorian divorce law, and I promise you, once you understand how this system worked, or rather, how it was designed not to work for women, you'll understand why so many Victorian wives felt like they were serving life sentences for the crime of saying "I do." Let's start with a simple question. Could Victorian women get divorced? The technical answer is, eventually, yes. But the "but" is so enormous it basically swallows the yes. Before 1857, divorce in England was almost impossible for anyone and absolutely impossible for most people. The only way to get a full divorce, one that allowed you to remarry, was through a private act of Parliament. This meant you had to petition Parliament, have your case debated by legislators, and have a specific law passed just for your divorce. This was phenomenally expensive. Only the wealthiest aristocrats could afford it. Historian Lawrence Stone, in his book Road to Divorce England 1530-1987, estimates that a parliamentary divorce cost between $500 and $1,000 in the mid-1800s. To put that in perspective, a working-class family might earn $50 in an entire year. Even middle-class professionals rarely earned more than $200–300 annually. So divorce was literally priced out of reach for 99% of the population, and even if you could afford it. Between 1670 and 1857, that's nearly 200 years, Parliament granted only 325 divorces, total in the entire country, for nearly 2 centuries. Want to guess how many of these divorces were granted to women? 4. Just 4 women in 187 years successfully obtained parliamentary divorces. 4 women out of millions. Why so few? Because to get a parliamentary divorce you needed grounds that Parliament found compelling. And Parliament, made up entirely of men, remember, had very specific ideas about what constituted adequate grounds. For a man to divorce his wife, he needed to prove adultery. That's it. One proven instance of his wife sleeping with another man, and he could be free. For a woman to divorce her husband? Adultery wasn't enough, not even close. She needed to prove adultery plus another serious offence, adultery plus cruelty, adultery plus desertion, adultery plus incest, adultery plus bigamy. The bar was set impossibly high because the system assumed that women should tolerate more, endure more, forgive more than men. This double standard was built into law, codified, official, and everyone just accepted it as natural. Then came the Matrimonial Causes Act of 1857, which supposedly revolutionized divorce in England. This act created a divorce court, making divorce theoretically accessible without needing a private act of Parliament. Reformers celebrated this as progress for women's rights. But let's look at what this progress actually meant. First, the double standard remained. Men could still divorce for simple adultery. Women still needed adultery plus an aggravating factor. The 1857 Act literally codified inequality into statutory law, where before it had just been parliamentary practice. Second, divorce was still expensive. Court fees, lawyer fees, investigation costs. A divorce through the new court system might cost $50–100. That's still more than a working-class family's annual income. It was progress for the wealthy, but it meant nothing to most women. Third, and this is crucial, getting a divorce meant exposing every intimate detail of your marriage to public scrutiny. Divorce trials were public. Newspapers reported on them extensively. Every piece of dirty laundry was aired in front of the entire nation. For women, This publicity was devastating. Their reputations were destroyed whether they won or lost, because a woman who'd been part of a divorce was tainted, no longer respectable, no longer welcome in polite society. And if she lost the case, if she couldn't prove grounds, she was still married to the man she'd accused, who was now furious with her for the attempted divorce and the public humiliation. She'd have to go back to him, back to that household, back to his control. Imagine that. Imagine trying to escape, failing, and having to return to your captor knowing he's now even angrier. Let me tell you about a real case that illustrates this perfectly. The case of Helen Codrington in 1864. Helen Codrington was married to an admiral in the Royal Navy. She discovered he was having an affair, not just a brief indiscretion, but a long-term relationship with another woman. He even brought his mistress to live in their house, forcing Helen to tolerate her presence. When Helen objected, he became abusive. Helen sued for divorce on grounds of adultery plus cruelty. She had witnesses, she had evidence. Her case should have been straightforward, but during the trial, her husband's lawyers attacked her character viciously. They implied she must have driven him to infidelity by being a bad wife. They suggested she was exaggerating the abuse. They brought up every moment of her past they could find to make her look bad. And here's the worst part. The judge ruled that while the admiral had indeed committed adultery, he hadn't been quite cruel enough to justify divorce. The beatings weren't severe enough. The emotional abuse didn't count. The humiliation of forcing her to live with his mistress wasn't considered adequate cruelty. Helen's petition was denied. She remained married to the admiral, and her reputation was destroyed by the public trial, while his remained relatively intact. After all, men having mistresses was practically expected. But a woman publicly complaining about it, unwomanly, vengeful, probably exaggerating. Historian Gail Savage, in her research on Victorian divorce cases published in the Journal of Social History, found that women's divorce petitions were rejected at significantly higher rates than men's, even when the evidence was comparable. The system was rigged from the start. Now let's talk about what happened if a woman did manage to obtain a divorce, or even just a legal separation. What did she walk away with? Nothing. She walked away with nothing. Her children legally belonged to her husband. Yes, the Custody of Infants Act of 1839 gave mothers some rights to petition for custody of young children, but it was far from automatic. Fathers still had priority in custody decisions, especially for sons and older children. Many divorced women lost all contact with their children. Her property, well, we've talked about this already. Everything belonged to her husband under coverture. Even after the Married Women's Property Act started giving wives some property rights, divorce settlements still heavily favoured men. Her social standing, destroyed. A divorced woman was scandalous. She couldn't enter polite society. She couldn't remarry easily. Few respectable men would marry a divorcee. She was essentially a social pariah. Her ability to support herself? Limited. Remember, respectable women weren't supposed to work. The few professions open to women, governess, teacher, seamstress, were low-paid and difficult to access, especially for a woman carrying the stigma of divorce. So the choice facing a Victorian wife in a terrible marriage wasn't really a choice at all. Stay and endure abuse, infidelity, misery and slow spiritual death? Or leave and face financial ruin, permanent separation from your children, and complete social ostracism? Most women chose to stay, because at least staying meant keeping their children. At least staying meant having a roof over their heads. At least staying meant maintaining some minimal social standing. The system knew this. The system counted on this. The difficulty of divorce wasn't a bug. It was a feature. It kept women trapped exactly where society wanted them. But some women said no. Some women decided that freedom was worth any price, that survival was more important than respectability, that they'd rather face social death than continue living in marital hell. These women are my heroes. Let me tell you about a few of them. Caroline Norton, we've met her before, never actually got divorced because she couldn't meet the legal requirements, but she did separate from her abusive husband and lived independently despite the social consequences. She had to support herself through her writing, while her husband took all her earnings until the law changed. She had to fight for years to see her children. She was gossiped about, criticized, treated as scandalous. But she kept fighting. She wrote pamphlets about women's legal rights. She lobbied politicians. She testified before committees. She made her suffering public to try to change laws so other women wouldn't suffer the same way. And some of the legal reforms of the Victorian era, including the Custody of Infants Act and the Matrimonial Causes Act, happened partly because of her tireless advocacy. In her 1855 pamphlet, A Letter to the Queen on Lord Chancellor Cranworth's Marriage and Divorce Bill, Norton wrote, "I have learned the law respecting women piecemeal, by suffering from every one of its defects of protection." She turned her victimization into activism, her pain into purpose. Then there's Frances Trollope, mother of the famous novelist Anthony Trollope. In 1827, her husband's business failed, leaving the family in poverty. Rather than passively accepting destitution, Frances moved to America, leaving her husband behind in England. She supported herself and her children by writing. She published over 100 books in her lifetime. She never formally divorced her husband, but she lived independently, supporting her family through her own labour when he couldn't or wouldn't. Victorian society was scandalized. A woman leaving her husband, supporting herself through trade, writing for money was considered vulgar. What kind of example was she setting? But Frances didn't care. She prioritized her children's survival over respectability, and she succeeded, becoming a best-selling author and providing for her family when the man who was supposed to protect them had failed. And there were countless anonymous women who made similar choices, women who walked away from marriages despite knowing they'd lose everything, women who chose freedom over security, dignity over respectability. Some went to live with sympathetic relatives who were willing to face social stigma to shelter them. Some supported themselves through work as governesses, teachers, shopkeepers, or in less respectable professions. Some emigrated to colonies where they could reinvent themselves, where no one knew their history. These women often had to use assumed names. They had to create new identities. They essentially had to die socially and be reborn as someone else. The price of freedom was erasing their past lives completely. And here's something that should infuriate you. While women who left bad marriages were condemned as immoral, men who abandoned their wives faced few consequences. A man could simply walk away from his marriage, move to another city, and start over. He might face some social disapproval, but he kept his legal rights, his property, his earning capacity, his social standing. Historian Ginger Frost, in her book Living in Sin, Cohabiting as Husband and Wife in 19th Century England, documents how common it was for working-class men to abandon wives and start new families with other women, essentially committing bigamy. Because for men, especially poor men, it was easier to just leave than to go through legal divorce proceedings. But women couldn't do this. Women who tried to form new relationships without being legally divorced were charged with adultery or bigamy. The social and legal consequences for women were always harsher than for men committing the same acts. The whole system was designed to make escape impossible, or if not impossible, then so costly that only the most desperate or courageous women would attempt it. And you know what I find remarkable? Despite all these obstacles, some women still tried, still fought, still said, "I deserve better than this." That level of courage, that refusal to accept injustice even when fighting it seemed hopeless, that's extraordinary. Now, by the late Victorian period, things did slowly start to change. The 1878 Matrimonial Causes Act allowed wives to obtain separation orders if they could prove aggravated assault, desertion, or persistent cruelty. The 1886 Maintenance of Wives Act required separated husbands to financially support their wives. The 1891 Regina v. Jackson case established that husbands couldn't physically imprison their wives. These were real improvements, but they were incremental, grudging, insufficient. Even by 1901, when Queen Victoria died and the Victorian era officially ended, divorce was still difficult, still expensive, still stigmatizing, and still governed by a blatant double standard. Full equality in divorce law wouldn't come until much later. The 1923 Matrimonial Causes Act finally allowed women to divorce on the same grounds as men, and the 1969 Divorce Reform Act introduced no-fault divorce. That's right, 1969. Well into the 20th century before the system finally acknowledged that maybe, just maybe, women deserved equal treatment in marriage law. But the groundwork for those changes, it was laid by Victorian women who refused to stay silent about their suffering, women who spoke up despite social consequences, women who fought legal battles they knew they might lose, women who left marriages despite having nowhere safe to go. Their courage changed the world, slowly, painfully, but it changed. And that brings us to something we need to examine carefully. Throughout this journey, we've talked about Victorian wives as if they were a monolithic group, but there was one woman whose experience was both completely unique and profoundly influential in shaping Victorian marriage culture. Queen Victoria herself, the woman whose name defines the era, the monarch who had more power than any other woman in England, and yet, in her own marriage, experienced many of the same constraints and contradictions we've been exploring. The paradox of Victoria, how the most powerful woman in the world helped create and perpetuate a system that oppressed millions of other women. That's what we need to understand next. Because Victoria's marriage, her pregnancies, her public image, and her private reality tell us so much about Victorian womanhood. About how even privilege and power couldn't fully protect a woman from the fundamental inequalities built into marriage, about how personal choices by influential people can shape entire societies, often in ways they never intended. Let's turn now to the woman at the centre of it all, the Queen who was simultaneously the most powerful and in some ways the most powerless woman in Victorian England. Her story will help us understand how this entire system was sustained and how it eventually began to crumble. She was the most powerful woman in the world. She ruled an empire on which the sun never set. She commanded armies, shaped policies, and had prime ministers bow before her. Her word was literally law. And yet, when she was pregnant with her first child, she wrote in her diary, "I felt like an animal being prepared for market." This is the paradox of Queen Victoria, the woman who had more power than any other female in history, and yet couldn't escape the fundamental constraints of Victorian womanhood, the Queen whose personal experiences of marriage and motherhood were remarkably similar to those of her poorest subjects, and the monarch whose public image created impossible standards that crushed millions of women under the weight of expectations she herself resented. Tonight we're examining the woman at the centre of Victorian culture, because to understand Victorian wives we need to understand the Queen who became the symbol of everything they were supposed to be, even as she privately rebelled against many of those same expectations. Let me start by telling you something that might surprise you. Victoria didn't want to get married. She was 18 when she became queen in 1837. She loved being queen. She loved the power, the independence, the ability to make her own decisions. In her journal, she wrote about the joy of finally being free from her mother's control, of having her own household, of being in command. Her advisors, of course, immediately started pressuring her to marry. A queen needed a consort. She needed heirs. She couldn't possibly rule effectively without a husband's support and guidance. This was the universal assumption. Even a queen needed a man. Victoria resisted for 3 years. 3 whole years where she enjoyed her independence and power, but the pressure was relentless. And there was also genuine affection involved. She fell deeply in love with her cousin Albert of Saxe, Coburg and Gotha. In 1840, at age 20, she proposed to him. Yes, she proposed. Protocol required that the Queen do the asking. She was madly in love. Her letters and journal entries from this period are full of passionate declarations about Albert's beauty, his character, his perfection. She was like any young woman in love, seeing her beloved through rose-coloured glasses. But here's where reality crashed into romance. Despite being Queen of England, Victoria discovered that marriage changed her status in ways she hadn't anticipated and deeply resented. Albert, as her husband, was automatically given authority in their household. He managed their estates. He controlled their finances. He supervised their children's education. Victoria, who was accustomed to being in command, suddenly found herself in a subordinate position within her own home. This created enormous tension. Historian Helen Rappaport, in her book Queen Victoria, A Biographical Companion, documents the power struggles between Victoria and Albert in the early years of their marriage. Victoria was his queen, but he was her husband, and Victorian gender ideology said husbands were superior to wives, even if the wife wore a crown. The compromise they reached was that Victoria ruled the country and Albert ruled the household. But Victoria chafed under this arrangement. She wrote to her uncle King Leopold, "I am every day more convinced that we women are not made for governing, and if we are good women, we must dislike these masculine occupations." But then, in another letter, she contradicts herself, clearly struggling with the conflict between what she'd been taught to believe and what she actually experienced. Now let's talk about the aspect of Victoria's life that I find most relevant to our story, her experience of pregnancy and motherhood. Victoria hated being pregnant. Hated it. She was remarkably open about this in her private correspondence, and her honesty is actually refreshing because it contradicts everything Victorian culture said women were supposed to feel about motherhood. In a letter to her eldest daughter Vicky written in 1858, Victoria wrote, "What you say of the pride of giving life to an immortal soul is very fine, dear, but I own I cannot enter into that. I think much more of our being like a cow or a dog at such moments, when our poor nature becomes so very animal and unecstatic. Like a cow or a dog." This is the Queen of England describing pregnancy. And she's not wrong. Pregnancy is an intensely physical, animal process, but Victorian ideology required women to pretend it was something elevated and spiritual. Victoria had 9 children in 17 years, 9 pregnancies, 9 births. She used chloroform during several of her later labours. This was cutting-edge pain relief at the time, and her willingness to use it helped normalise anaesthesia during childbirth. Before this, many religious leaders had argued that women should suffer during childbirth because pain in labour was God's punishment for Eve's sin. Victoria, by using chloroform, essentially said, "That's nonsense, and I'm the Queen, so I can do what I want." But the fact that she had access to the best medical care available made her experiences only slightly less difficult than those of ordinary women. She still suffered from postnatal depression, what was then called puerperal fever of the nerves. She still found the physical demands of pregnancy exhausting. She still resented the loss of her figure, her energy, her freedom. In another letter to Vicky she wrote, "An ugly baby is a very nasty object, and the prettiest is frightful when undressed." She found babies frog-like and rather disgusting until they were about 4 months old. She preferred older children who could be reasoned with. This is so far from the Victorian ideal of rapturous motherhood that it's almost shocking. But Victoria was honest about her feelings in her private correspondence, even as her public image became synonymous with maternal devotion and domestic bliss. And here's the really interesting part. Victoria's personal feelings about pregnancy and her willingness to be honest about them didn't change public expectations one bit. In fact, her public image, carefully cultivated through portraits, official appearances and media coverage, created and reinforced the very ideals that she privately resented. Paintings of Victoria with Albert and their children depicted them as the perfect family. Loving, harmonious, the ideal of domestic bliss. These images were mass-produced and distributed throughout the empire. They hung in middle-class homes, appeared in magazines, shaped how millions of people imagined the perfect family should look. And women who couldn't live up to this ideal, which was almost all women because the ideal was fiction, felt like failures. They looked at images of perfect Queen Victoria surrounded by perfect children in perfect domestic harmony, and they thought, "Why can't I be like that? What's wrong with me?" The gap between Victoria's private reality and her public image created impossible standards. Women were supposed to love pregnancy as much as public Victoria appeared to, while private Victoria was comparing herself to livestock. Women were supposed to find babies adorable, while Victoria found them frog-like. Women were supposed to be endlessly patient and nurturing, while Victoria had a fierce temper and relied heavily on nannies to raise her children. Historian Margaret Homans, in her book Royal Representations, Queen Victoria and British Culture, 1837-1876, argues that Victoria's image became a weapon used against ordinary women. The Queen's apparent success at combining monarchy with motherhood was used to argue that all women could and should manage demanding lives without complaint. If the Queen could run an empire and raise 9 children, surely a middle-class wife could manage a household and a few children. The fact that the Queen had dozens of servants, political power, and enormous wealth was conveniently ignored. Now let's talk about Victoria's relationship with Albert, because it's complicated and revealing. Victoria genuinely loved Albert. Her grief when he died in 1861 was profound and lasted the rest of her life. She wore mourning for 40 years, but their marriage was also unequal in ways that Victoria both accepted and resented. Albert had strong opinions about how Victoria should behave, how she should rule, how she should present herself. He essentially became her private secretary and closest advisor. Many historians argue that he was the real power behind the throne during their 21 years of marriage. Victoria accepted this, even sought it. She had been taught that wives should defer to their husbands, even queens. She wrote that Albert was so wise and so good, and that she was but a woman who needed his guidance. This from a woman who had been successfully ruling for years before she married him. But there's also evidence of tension. Victoria sometimes chafed under Albert's control. There were arguments about her temper, her relationships with her ministers, her parenting choices. Albert would lecture her, and Victoria would apologize and promise to do better, because that's what a good Victorian wife did, even if she was also the Queen of England. After Albert's death, something interesting happened. Victoria's grief was genuine and overwhelming. But freed from Albert's controlling presence, she also reasserted her independence. She made her own decisions, she ruled on her own terms, and she was remarkably effective, The second half of her reign was arguably more successful than the first. This suggests that maybe Albert's guidance hadn't been quite as necessary as everyone assumed. Maybe Victoria had been perfectly capable all along, and marriage to Albert had actually constrained her rather than supporting her. But publicly, Victoria promoted the narrative that Albert had been essential to her success. She erected monuments to him. She kept his rooms exactly as they'd been. She wore mourning clothes for the rest of her life. She insisted that all important decisions be made asking, what would Albert have wanted? This performance of devoted widowhood became another part of the Victorian ideal. Women were supposed to define themselves through their relationships with men, first as dutiful daughters, then as obedient wives, then as eternally grieving widows. Even in death, men were supposed to control women's identities, and Victoria modelled this perfectly, even as her actual behaviour as a widow showed considerable independence and power. Now, here's where Victoria's paradox becomes most clear. In her personal letters and diaries, Victoria expressed opinions about women's rights that would surprise most people. She was against women's suffrage. She called the women's rights movement mad, wicked folly. She wrote that women who wanted the vote were forgetting every sense of womanly feeling and propriety. She believed strongly in traditional gender roles and that women's proper sphere was the home. And yet, Victoria was literally the most powerful person in England. She ruled an empire. She made political decisions. She commanded armies. She did everything that women supposedly couldn't and shouldn't do. She proved by her very existence that women were capable of holding the highest offices and wielding the greatest power. But she never acknowledged this contradiction, or perhaps she did acknowledge it but believed she was an exception. She could be queen because of birth and divine right, but that didn't mean other women should aspire to power or independence. This is what makes Victoria such a problematic figure for women's history. She benefited from power that was denied to other women, and then she used that power to reinforce the very system that oppressed them. She lived a life that contradicted Victorian gender ideology, and then she promoted that ideology anyway. Feminist writer and reformer Frances Power Cobbe wrote about this paradox in her 1869 essay, Criminals, Idiots, Women and Minors. She pointed out the absurdity of a society that believed women were too irrational and emotional to vote, yet accepted a woman as their monarch. She wrote, "A woman may be queen of the mightiest empire in the world, yet she is politically and civilly a non-entity compared to the humblest male subject in her realm." And Victoria, rather than using her position to challenge this inequality, largely reinforced it. She could have been an advocate for women's rights. She could have used her enormous influence to push for legal reforms, for education, for suffrage. But she didn't. She chose to uphold traditional values, perhaps because they benefited her personally, or perhaps because she genuinely believed in them despite living a life that contradicted them. Historian A.N. Wilson, in his biography Victoria, a Life, argues that Victoria's influence on gender relations was ultimately negative. He writes, "Victoria's reign coincided with a hardening of gender roles and expectations, the cult of domesticity, the angel in the house ideal, the restrictions on women's education and employment, all of these intensified during her reign, partly because her public image gave them the royal sanction. But here's what I find both frustrating and fascinating. Victoria's actual life experiences, her struggles with pregnancy, her complicated marriage, her grief, her strength, her resilience, these were human experiences that connected her to women across all classes. When she wrote honestly about finding pregnancy animalistic and babies ugly, she was speaking a truth that most women felt but couldn't express. If Victoria had been willing to acknowledge these private truths publicly, if she had been willing to say, yes, marriage and motherhood are difficult and sometimes terrible, and we need to change the systems that make them so, she could have transformed Victorian society. She had the power to do it, the influence, the platform, but she chose not to. And millions of women continued to suffer under standards that even the Queen herself couldn't comfortably meet. That's the tragedy of Victoria's paradox. The most powerful woman in the world could have used her power to help other women. Instead, her legacy is a mixed one. A woman who proved female competence through her reign, while simultaneously denying other women the opportunities she herself enjoyed. And yet, despite Victoria's personal conservatism, despite her reinforcement of restrictive gender roles, the women of her era didn't stay silent. They didn't accept the impossible standards. They pushed back, fought back, demanded change, sometimes in direct defiance of their queen's wishes. Which brings us to a question we haven't fully answered yet. What happened to women who couldn't maintain the performance anymore? Who couldn't pretend to be angels in the house? Who couldn't smile through their suffering? Women who had given everything they had to give and had nothing left. What happened when Victorian wives reached their breaking point and did something desperate, something unthinkable, something that shocked society to its core? We need to talk about the women who snapped, the ones who fought back violently, the ones who killed their husbands, or their children, or themselves. The ones whose cases became scandals that forced Victorian society to confront the darkness it had been hiding behind lace curtains and polite manners. These stories are dark, they're disturbing, but they're necessary, because they show us what happens when you trap human beings in impossible situations and give them no escape. They show us the ultimate cost of the Victorian marriage system, not just suffering, but sometimes death. Let's continue this journey together, because we're almost at the end, and we need to witness the breaking point before we can understand how change finally came. There's a phrase that appeared repeatedly in Victorian newspapers, court records, and social commentary: fallen woman. It was applied to any woman who stepped outside the narrow boundaries of respectability, a woman who committed adultery, a woman who had a child outside marriage, a woman who couldn't maintain her household properly, a woman who drank, a woman who complained too loudly about her circumstances, a woman who failed to be the angel in the house. And once a woman was labelled as fallen, Victorian society had very specific places for her. None of them were kind. Most of them were death sentences dressed up as charity or justice. Tonight, we're following the tragic paths of women who couldn't or wouldn't meet Victorian wifely standards. The women who were cast out, locked away, left to die, or who chose death themselves rather than continue living under impossible conditions. This is the darkest part of our journey, but we need to witness it, because this is what happened when the system broke women completely. Let me start with the workhouse, because that's where many failed wives ended up. Workhouses were Victorian England's solution to poverty. They were supposed to provide relief for the destitute, food, shelter, work. But they were deliberately designed to be so unpleasant, so degrading, that people would do anything to avoid them. The idea was that only the truly desperate would seek admission, which would discourage people from becoming dependent on public assistance. The reality: workhouses became dumping grounds for people society had given up on: the elderly, the disabled, the mentally ill, and women, so many women, wives whose husbands had died or abandoned them, wives who'd fled abusive marriages and had nowhere else to go, wives whose families had disowned them, pregnant unmarried women with no means of support. Historian M.A. Crowther, in her book The Workhouse System 1834-1929, describes workhouses as institutions designed to punish poverty. And for women especially, they were places of profound humiliation and hardship. When you entered a workhouse, you were stripped of your clothing and given a rough uniform. Your hair was cropped short. You were separated from your children. Boys over 7 were housed separately from mothers, and you might see them only briefly each week. You were assigned brutal, meaningless labour, oakum picking, which meant pulling apart old rope until your fingers bled, or stone breaking, or laundry work in scalding water. You slept in crowded dormitories with dozens of other women. The food was deliberately inadequate, enough to barely survive on, but no more. You were essentially a prisoner, but your crime was being poor, being female, and being without male protection. And here's the cruelest part. Many of these women had worked hard their entire lives. They'd been good wives. They'd managed households, raised children, supported their husbands. But one misfortune, widowhood, abandonment, illness, and they ended up in the workhouse, treated like criminals for the crime of being unable to survive without a man. There's a heartbreaking testimony from the 1866 Select Committee on Poor Relief. A woman named Mary Reynolds testified about her experience in a London workhouse. She'd been a respectable wife and mother. Her husband had died suddenly, leaving debts. She couldn't support herself and her 3 children on the wages available to women. She entered the workhouse. She testified, "They took my children from me. I begged to keep the baby. She was only 5, but they said no. I saw her once a week for an hour. She cried every time I had to leave. After 6 months, she stopped recognizing me. That was worse than anything. My child forgot me because the workhouse separated us." Mary's daughter died in the workhouse 2 years later from typhoid. Mary never forgave herself for not being able to protect her child. But what could she have done? Victorian society offered her no alternatives, the workhouse or starvation. Those were her choices. Now let's talk about what happened to wives who were accused of sexual impropriety, whether the accusations were true or not. Adultery by a wife was one of the few grounds that could lead to relatively easy divorce, but many women couldn't afford divorce proceedings. Instead, they faced social ostracism, family rejection, and often destitution. A woman suspected of adultery, even if the suspicion was unfounded, could be cast out of her home with nothing. Where did these women go? Some turned to prostitution because it was the only way to survive. This created a perverse cycle. The system that created female poverty then condemned women for doing what they had to do to avoid starving. Historian Judith Wolkowitz's research shows that many Victorian prostitutes were married women or widows who'd been forced into sex work by economic desperation. Some were wives who'd fled abusive marriages. Some were widows with no other means of support. Some were women whose reputations had been destroyed by scandal or false accusations, and Victorian society treated these women with contempt. They were fallen, ruined, prostitutes, said with such venom, as if these women had chosen degradation rather than been forced into it by a system that gave them no alternatives. There were efforts to rescue prostitutes, charitable organizations run mostly by middle and upper-class women who wanted to save their fallen sisters. But these rescue operations often reinforced the very judgments that had destroyed these women in the first place. Women who entered Magdalene asylums, named after Mary Magdalene, the reformed prostitute of the Bible, were subjected to harsh discipline, forced labour, and constant moral instruction. They had to prove they were truly repentant for their sins. They had to work for years sometimes before they'd be released with a letter of character that might allow them to get respectable employment as a servant. The asylum saved some women's lives, but they also perpetuated the idea that these women were fundamentally sinful, that they needed to be reformed and punished. rather than recognizing that they were victims of an unjust economic and social system. Now we need to talk about infanticide, because it's connected to everything we've been discussing, and it reveals the absolute desperation that Victorian marriage and motherhood could create. Infanticide, killing one's own infant child, was shockingly common in Victorian England, and the majority of women charged with infanticide were unmarried women who'd gotten pregnant and had no way to support a child. But some were married women, and their stories are particularly tragic. Historian Lionel Rose, in his book The Massacre of the Innocents, Infanticide in Britain 1800-1939, documents case after case of married women who killed their infants. The reasons varied, but common themes emerged: overwhelming poverty, inability to feed another child, postnatal depression, fear of violent husbands, and sheer desperation. One case from 1867 involved a woman named Sarah Mann. She was tried for drowning her newborn infant in a bucket of water. During the trial, it emerged that this was her 8th child. Her husband was an alcoholic who spent most of his wages on drink. Sarah had been working while heavily pregnant, doing laundry for other families, trying to keep her children fed. When the new baby came, she simply couldn't cope. She had no food, no money, no support, and a husband who was worse than useless. She was convicted of murder and sentenced to death, though the sentence was later commuted to life imprisonment. But here's what struck me about the case. The newspapers reporting on it expressed shock and horror at Sarah's crime. But where was the shock and horror at the system that put her in that impossible situation? Where was the outrage at a husband who drank away the family's survival money? Where was the sympathy for a woman driven to unthinkable acts by unendurable circumstances? The system blamed Sarah. It always blamed the women. Never mind that she'd been failed by her husband, by the law, by society itself. She was the monster for killing her child, even though the real monstrosity was the system that gave her no other choice. And then there were the women who killed themselves. Suicide among Victorian wives was far more common than most people realise, though it was hushed up because suicide was both a crime and a sin. Families would often claim that deaths were accidental to avoid scandal and to allow the deceased to be buried in consecrated ground. But coroners' reports and court records tell a different story. Women drowned themselves in rivers, took poison, slit their wrists, threw themselves from bridges or in front of trains, and their suicide notes, when they left them, tell heartbreaking stories of women who simply couldn't endure anymore. Historian Barbara T. Gates, in her book Victorian Suicide, Mad Crimes and Sad Histories, analyses suicide notes from Victorian women. Common themes include unbearable domestic unhappiness, abusive husbands, financial desperation, exhaustion from childbearing, and a sense that death was preferable to continuing to live under their circumstances. One note, written in 1881 by a woman before she poisoned herself, read, "I cannot go on. 20 years of marriage has broken me. I have tried to be a good wife. I have failed. I am tired. I am sorry. Please care for my children better than I could." 20 years of trying, of failing to meet impossible standards, of being broken piece by piece until there was nothing left but exhaustion and despair. And her final thought was an apology, apologizing for failing, even as she was a victim of a system designed to break her. These suicides were usually reported in newspapers as evidence of female weakness or instability. Hysteria, again, mental illness, never as rational responses to unendurable circumstances, never as indictments of the marriage system itself. But some cases were so extreme that even Victorian society had to pause and question. Let me tell you about one that caused a genuine scandal. In 1849, a woman named Maria Manning and her husband Frederick were executed for murder. They'd killed Maria's lover and buried him under their kitchen floor, hoping to steal his money. It was a sensational case. Charles Dickens attended the execution, which was public and drew enormous crowds. But what made the case particularly scandalous was Maria herself. She was Italian, which made her exotic and suspect in xenophobic Victorian England. She was attractive and intelligent, and at her trial she was absolutely defiant. She refused to play the role of the repentant broken woman. She showed no remorse. She insulted the judge. She maintained her dignity even as she was being condemned to death. The newspapers didn't know what to do with her. She didn't fit any of their categories. She wasn't the fallen woman begging for mercy. She wasn't the hysterical female overcome with emotion. She was calm, controlled, and unapologetic. Some historians have argued that Maria Manning's execution marked a turning point in Victorian attitudes toward women criminals. Her refusal to conform to expectations forced people to confront the fact that women could be complex, capable, and dangerous in ways that challenged Victorian gender ideology. But for every Maria Manning who refused to be broken, there were thousands of nameless women who were quietly destroyed. Women who ended up in workhouses and died there unmourned. Women who became prostitutes and died young of disease or violence. Women who killed themselves and were buried in unmarked graves. Women who simply disappeared from historical record because their failures made them unmemorable. These were the fallen women, and their stories, or the absence of their stories, tell us everything about what Victorian society did to women who couldn't maintain the performance of perfect wifehood. But here's what I want you to understand. These women weren't weak. They weren't defective. They weren't failures as human beings. They were human beings placed in impossible situations by an unjust system. They were victims of laws that treated them as property, of social expectations that demanded the impossible, of economic systems that gave them no path to independence. And some of them fought back in the only ways available to them. Some resisted quietly, as we discussed earlier. Some tried to escape through legal means, as we explored. But some, a desperate few, fought back violently. They poisoned their husbands. They set fires. They committed murders that shocked Victorian sensibilities, but also forced society to confront the darkness hiding behind the facade of domestic bliss. Those stories, the stories of Victorian wives who snapped, who committed acts of violence that seemed incomprehensible to their contemporaries, but make terrible sense when you understand their circumstances. Those stories are what we need to examine next, because understanding why some women were driven to murder is crucial to understanding the complete picture of Victorian marriage. It's the ultimate evidence of what happens when you trap human beings in intolerable circumstances and give them no escape. It's the proof that the system wasn't just unfair or difficult, it was genuinely dangerous, even deadly. So steel yourself, because what comes next is dark. We're going to talk about wives who killed their husbands, about mothers who killed their children, about acts that shocked Victorian England and forced at least some people to ask, what kind of system creates this level of desperation? The breaking point has arrived. Let's witness what happened when women had nothing left to lose. On March 30th, 1889, a woman named Florence Maybrick purchased a dozen flypapers from a chemist's shop in Liverpool. Flypapers were common household items used to trap insects. They were also soaked in arsenic. 3 weeks later, Florence's husband James was dead. The doctor said it was arsenic poisoning. Florence was arrested, tried and convicted of murder. She spent 15 years in prison. But here's what the jury didn't fully consider. James Maybrick had been a habitual arsenic user. He took it as a tonic, which was shockingly common among Victorian men. He was also serially unfaithful, keeping multiple mistresses while demanding perfect fidelity from Florence. He'd been abusive, violent, controlling. And Florence? She was trapped in a nightmare marriage with no legal way out. Did she kill him? Maybe. The evidence was ambiguous, but what's certain is that Victorian society was more interested in punishing a potentially adulterous wife than in understanding what might drive a woman to such desperation. Tonight, we're examining the cases that shocked Victorian England. The wives who killed their husbands, the mothers who killed their children, the women who committed acts so extreme that society couldn't ignore them. These stories forced Victorians to confront an uncomfortable question. What kind of system creates this level of desperation? Let's start by understanding just how common domestic homicide actually was in Victorian England. Because the popular imagination tends to think of the Victorians as repressed and proper, all tea parties and good manners. But behind closed doors, violence was shockingly prevalent. Historian Martin Wiener, in his book Men of Blood, Violence, Manliness and Criminal Justice in Victorian England, analysed homicide statistics and court records from the period. He found that spousal murder, both husbands killing wives and wives killing husbands, was far more common than official records suggest, partly because many deaths were ruled accidental or attributed to natural causes when they weren't. But here's what's fascinating and disturbing. When men killed their wives, the charges were often reduced, the sentences were lighter, and the public sympathy often lay with the husband. He was provoked. She drove him to it. It was a crime of passion. These were the phrases used to excuse male violence. When women killed their husbands, they were monsters, unnatural creatures who'd violated the most sacred bond. The public demanded harsh punishment. The newspapers wrote lurid stories portraying these women as cold-blooded murderers or cunning poisoners. There was rarely sympathy, rarely an attempt to understand their circumstances. The most common method women used to kill their husbands was poison, and there's a practical reason for this. Women had access to poisons through household products. Arsenic was in fly papers, rat poison, beauty products. It was easy to obtain and difficult to detect in an era before modern forensic science. But there's also a symbolic reason. Poison is a subtle domestic method. It fits within women's sphere: the kitchen, the medicine cabinet, the household supplies. Women couldn't overpower their husbands physically. They couldn't openly rebel. But they could administer poison slowly, watching their tormentor weaken and die while maintaining the appearance of the devoted, caring wife. Let me tell you about some real cases, because each one tells a story about the breaking point of Victorian marriage. Catherine Wilson, tried and executed in 1862, was accused of poisoning multiple people, including her husband. The evidence suggested she'd been poisoning people for years, possibly 7 victims in total. The newspapers called her the Black Widow and portrayed her as evil incarnate. But look deeper into her story. Catherine had been married multiple times. Each husband had been abusive or neglectful. She'd lived in poverty despite working constantly. She'd been denied education, property rights, any path to legitimate independence. Murder became, for her, a twisted form of economic survival. She collected small inheritances or belongings from her victims. I'm not excusing murder, but I'm asking, what creates a person who sees killing as their best option? What kind of society produces Catherine Wilsons? Then there's the case of Christiana Edmonds, known as the chocolate cream killer. In 1871, she was tried for poisoning multiple people in Brighton by injecting strychnine into chocolate creams and leaving them where people would find and eat them. She killed a 4-year-old boy and sickened many others. Christiana wasn't married. She was a spinster who'd fallen in love with a married doctor. When he rejected her, she seems to have experienced a complete mental breakdown. She was declared insane and spent the rest of her life in Broadmoor Criminal Lunatic Asylum. Her case is relevant because it shows how Victorian society's treatment of unmarried women could be almost as destructive as its treatment of wives. Christiana had no acceptable outlet for her emotions, her sexuality, her need for connection. Spinsters were pitied and mocked. They had no social role beyond being burdens on their families. The desperation this created sometimes manifested in tragic ways. Now let's talk about Mary Ann Cotton, possibly Britain's first female serial killer. She was tried and executed in 1873 for murdering multiple people, possibly as many as 21 victims, including 3 of her husbands, several of her children, and her stepchildren. Mary Ann used arsenic, administering it slowly so deaths looked like natural illnesses. She collected insurance payments on her victims. It was methodical, calculated, and absolutely horrifying. But again, look at her life. Mary Ann was born into poverty. She worked as a servant and in mines before marrying. Her first husband was an alcoholic who left her destitute. She had 13 children, but only 2 survived to adulthood. The others died of gastric fever, which was likely arsenic poisoning. Think about that. A woman who'd lost child after child, who'd been trapped in poverty despite constant work, who had no path to a better life. Somewhere along the way, Mary Ann broke. She learned that she could escape her circumstances through poison, that she could collect insurance money, that she could control her fate through murder. The Victorian public was fascinated and horrified by Mary Ann Cotton. Ballads were written about her. She became a cautionary tale, a monster in female form. But few people asked what had created this monster. Few examined the system that had taken a working-class girl and given her so few options that murder seemed like a viable solution. Defense attorneys in some of these cases tried to argue that their clients were insane, because surely no sane woman would murder. This was sometimes an effective strategy, because Victorians were more comfortable believing women were mad than believing they were capable of calculated violence. But many of these women weren't insane in any clinical sense. They were desperate. They were trapped. They'd exhausted all legal and socially acceptable options, and they'd reached a point where killing seemed like the only way out. Let me share a case that's particularly heartbreaking, because it involves a woman killing her children rather than her husband. In 1878, a woman named Hannah Smith was tried for drowning her 3 young children in the River Thames. She tied them together with her shawl and walked into the river with them. 2 died. 1 was rescued by passers-by. At trial, the full horror of Hannah's situation emerged. Her husband was an alcoholic who beat her regularly. They lived in extreme poverty in a 1-room tenement. Hannah worked as a washerwoman, but her husband took her wages to buy drink. The children were hungry, sick, poorly clothed. On the day of the drownings, Hannah's husband had beaten her severely and taken the last of their money. There was no food in the house. The children were crying from hunger. The landlord was threatening eviction. Hannah looked at her children suffering and made a terrible decision, that death would be kinder than the life awaiting them. She was convicted, but the sentence was commuted due to public sympathy. Some people recognized that Hannah wasn't a monster. She was a mother driven to unthinkable acts by unbearable circumstances. But here's the question that haunts me. How many Hannahs were there? How many mothers looked at their starving children and their brutal husbands and the complete absence of any help or escape and considered similar desperate acts? How many went through with it? How many didn't, and watched their children suffer instead? Victorian newspapers reported these cases with shock and moral outrage, but they rarely examined the systemic causes. They rarely asked, Why are so many women being driven to murder? Some social reformers did ask these questions. Frances Power Cobb wrote extensively about how domestic violence and women's legal powerlessness created dangerous situations. She argued that giving women legal rights and economic independence would reduce these desperate crimes. But mainstream Victorian society preferred simpler explanations. Women who murdered were innately evil, or insane, or had been corrupted by reading sensation novels. Yes, they actually blamed crime novels for women's violence. Anything but admitting that the social system itself might be fundamentally flawed. And here's something that reveals Victorian priorities perfectly. When women were convicted of murdering their husbands, they faced the death penalty. When men were convicted of murdering their wives, they often received lighter sentences, sometimes just a few years in prison, especially if they could demonstrate they'd been provoked. The disparity was stark and official. The law valued men's lives more than women's lives. It excused male violence while harshly punishing female violence. The message was clear. Women who killed their oppressors had committed an unforgivable sin. Men who killed their property had merely lost their tempers. Let me share one more case, Adelaide Bartlett in 1886, because it captured Victorian imagination and revealed fascinating contradictions in how society viewed marriage. Adelaide was tried for poisoning her husband Edwin with chloroform. The case was bizarre from start to finish. Adelaide and Edwin had a strange marriage, apparently unconsummated after years of marriage, with Edwin encouraging Adelaide to form a romantic friendship with their minister. When Edwin died suddenly, Adelaide was accused of murder. The trial became a sensation. The newspapers were obsessed with the details. The unconsummated marriage, the triangle with the minister, the question of how liquid chloroform could have been administered without Edwin resisting. Adelaide was acquitted. The evidence was too ambiguous. But the famous surgeon Sir James Paget reportedly said, "Now that she's been acquitted for murder and cannot be tried again, she should tell us in the interest of science how she did it." The assumption being that of course she'd done it, but cleverly enough to avoid conviction. Victorian England simply couldn't imagine a marriage as strange as Adelaide's being innocent. If it was unconventional, it must be criminal. What strikes me about all these cases is how they expose the contradictions at the heart of Victorian marriage. Society insisted that marriage was sacred, that wives should be devoted and obedient, that the home was a haven of peace and morality. But these murder trials revealed the truth. Homes were often sites of violence, misery, and desperation. The sacred bond of marriage was sometimes a trap that drove women to murder or suicide. The haven was sometimes a hell, and Victorian society, when forced to confront this reality, chose to blame individual women rather than examine the system that created such desperation. But gradually, very gradually, some people started making connections, started asking, if women keep killing their husbands, maybe the problem isn't just individual evil, maybe it's also about laws that trap women in abusive marriages. Maybe it's about economic systems that give women no way to survive without male support. Maybe it's about social expectations that demand women silently endure treatment that would drive anyone to desperation. These questions, asked by reformers and some progressive thinkers, were laying groundwork. They were creating cracks in the system. Small cracks, but cracks nonetheless. Because while individual women were being driven to desperate acts, other women were organizing. They were creating movements. They were demanding change not through violence, but through activism, through writing, through slowly, painfully building political power. And that's where we're heading in our final chapter of this journey. We've seen the horror, the legal oppression, the physical abuse, the psychological torture, the desperate acts of women who saw no other way out. We've witnessed the complete picture of what Victorian marriage meant for wives behind closed doors. Now we need to see how it started to change. How women who'd been told they were powerless began to claim power anyway. How quiet resistance became loud demands. How individual suffering became collective action. How the system that seemed unbreakable finally started to crack, then crumble, then collapse. The revolution was coming. Not quickly, not easily, but it was coming. And it was built on the suffering and courage of every woman we've talked about in this series. The ones who survived and the ones who didn't. The ones who resisted quietly and the ones who fought back violently. The ones whose names we know, and the countless others whose names were lost but whose struggles mattered just as much. Let's finish this journey together. Let's see how the Victorian wives who seemed so powerless actually planted the seeds that would eventually grow into women's liberation. It's time for hope. It's time for change. It's time to see how the breaking point became a turning point. In 1897, a group of women gathered in Manchester for what would become a historic meeting. They called themselves the National Union of Women's Suffrage Societies. Most of them were wives. Many had experienced firsthand the legal oppression we've been discussing. They'd lost property to husbands. They'd been denied custody of their children. They'd watched friends die in childbirth or waste away in abusive marriages, and they'd decided, enough. This meeting wasn't the beginning of women's resistance. As we've seen, women had been resisting quietly for decades. But it was the moment when that resistance became organized, public, and undeniable. When whispers in parlors became shouts in the streets. When individual survival strategies became collective action. Tonight, we're closing this journey by exploring how change finally came. How the system that seemed unbreakable began to crack. How Victorian wives, beaten down, legally erased, socially constrained, somehow found the strength to fight back and win. Not all at once, not completely, but enough to transform the world for every woman who came after them. Let's start by acknowledging something important. Change didn't happen because men suddenly became enlightened. Change happened because women made it happen. Through decades of exhausting, dangerous, frustrating work, through sacrifices most of us can barely imagine. And it started earlier than you might think. Long before the suffragettes were chaining themselves to railings, Victorian women were fighting for legal reforms that would give them basic human rights within marriage. Remember Caroline Norton? We've mentioned her several times throughout this series. Her story is worth revisiting because she's a perfect example of how personal suffering became political action. Caroline's abusive husband had taken her children from her. He'd taken her earnings as a writer. He'd sued her for adultery in a trial that destroyed her reputation even though she was innocent. And Caroline couldn't legally fight back because married women had no legal standing. But Caroline could write, and she did. She wrote pamphlets explaining coverture to the general public. She lobbied members of Parliament. She testified before committees. She made herself a public figure despite the social stigma, using her own suffering to illustrate how the law failed women. In her 1855 pamphlet, A Letter to the Queen, she wrote, "A married woman in England has no legal existence. Her being is absorbed in that of her husband. Years of separation or desertion cannot alter this position. She has no possessions unless by special settlement. Her property is his property." Her activism contributed directly to several legal reforms. The Custody of Infants Act of 1839, which gave mothers some rights to their young children. The Matrimonial Causes Act of 1857, which made divorce theoretically accessible without requiring a private act of Parliament. These weren't perfect laws. They still maintained double standards and were inadequate in many ways. But they were cracks in the system. And once cracks appeared, Other women pushed at them, widening them, creating more cracks, until eventually the entire structure began to crumble. The Married Women's Property Acts of 1870 and 1882 were watershed moments. For the first time in centuries, married women could legally own property separately from their husbands. They could keep their own earnings. They could enter into contracts. They could sue and be sued in their own names. They became, once again, legal persons. These acts didn't pass easily. There was enormous opposition from men who saw them as attacks on the natural order. Opponents argued that allowing wives to own property would destroy the family, undermine male authority, and lead to social chaos. But women kept fighting. Feminist activists like Millicent Fawcett, Elizabeth Wolstenholme, and Ursula Bright organised campaigns, wrote articles, lobbied politicians. They were joined by some progressive men, philosophers like John Stuart Mill, who argued eloquently for women's equality in his 1869 essay The Subjection of Women. Mill wrote, "The principle which regulates the existing social relations between the two sexes, the legal subordination of one sex to the other, is wrong itself, and now one of the chief hindrances to human improvement, and it ought to be replaced by a principle of perfect equality." Perfect equality, that was the goal, and slowly, painfully, they moved toward it. But legal change was only part of the story. The other part was cultural change, shifting how society thought about women, marriage, and gender roles. And this happened through literature, through journalism, through conversations in drawing rooms and kitchens and streets. Women writers were crucial to this cultural shift. We've mentioned some already: the Bronte sisters, George Eliot, Elizabeth Gaskell. These women wrote novels that portrayed women as complex human beings with inner lives, desires, and agency. Their heroines weren't perfect angels in the house. They were flawed, passionate, intelligent, sometimes rebellious women. These novels were bestsellers. Millions of people read them, and slowly they changed how readers thought about women and what women could be. Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre, published in 1847, gave readers a heroine who insists on her own dignity and equality. Jane refuses to be merely a dependent. She famously says, "I am no bird, and no net ensnares me. I am a free human being with an independent will." George Eliot's novels portrayed women grappling with moral choices, intellectual pursuits, and desires for meaningful lives beyond marriage and motherhood. Her heroines were thinkers, not just decorative objects or domestic servants. These representations mattered. They gave women language to articulate their own desires for something more. They gave men new ways of seeing women. They normalized the idea that women were fully human and deserved to be treated as such. And then came the New Woman movement of the 1880s and 1890s. The New Woman was a cultural figure, educated, independent, sometimes professional, often unmarried by choice. She rode bicycles. She wore more practical clothing. She went to university. She pursued careers. She demanded the vote. The New Woman was shocking to Victorian sensibilities. She was mocked in newspapers and cartoons. She was accused of being unfeminine, unnatural, dangerous to society. Conservative commentators warned that if women became too independent, marriage would collapse and civilization would fall. But the New Woman persisted, because she wasn't just a cultural figure. She was real women, living real lives, making real choices that previous generations couldn't have imagined. Women were entering universities in increasing numbers. Girton College, Cambridge, founded in 1869, and Somerville College, Oxford, founded in 1879, offered women higher education for the first time. Medical schools slowly began admitting women. Elizabeth Garrett Anderson became the first female doctor in Britain in 1865. facing enormous obstacles but persisting until she qualified. Women were entering professions as teachers, nurses, journalists, writers, social workers. They were earning their own money and choosing whether or not to marry. The economic dependence that had trapped Victorian wives was slowly breaking down, and women were organising politically. The suffrage movement grew throughout the late Victorian period and into the Edwardian era. Women formed societies, held meetings, wrote petitions, lobbied politicians. They were told to be patient, to wait, that men would eventually grant them the vote when they were ready. Some women rejected patience. In 1903, Emmeline Pankhurst founded the Women's Social and Political Union, which would become the militant suffragette movement. These women were done asking nicely. They were done waiting for men to grant them rights. They were going to demand, disrupt, and fight until they won. The suffragettes chained themselves to railings. They smashed windows. They set fire to empty buildings. They went on hunger strikes in prison and were force-fed through tubes, a horrific form of torture that damaged their health permanently. Some, like Emily Davison, died for the cause. The militancy was controversial even among women's rights activists. Many thought it set the movement back, but the suffragettes forced society to pay attention. They made women's demands impossible to ignore. They said, "We exist, we matter, and we will not be silent anymore." World War I changed everything. When men went to war, women filled their jobs. They worked in factories, drove ambulances, served as nurses near the front lines. They proved they were capable of everything men had claimed they couldn't do. And they did it while also maintaining homes and raising children. After the war, it became impossible to justify denying women the vote. In 1918, the Representation of the People Act gave the vote to women over 30 who met certain property qualifications. It wasn't equal suffrage yet. Men could vote at 21 regardless of property, but it was a massive step forward. Full equal suffrage came in 1928, when all women over 21 got the vote. This was 27 years after Queen Victoria died, but the movement had started during her reign. The Victorian wives who'd suffered in silence had daughters and granddaughters who refused to be silent. The change they'd begun came to fruition, but even as I tell this story of progress, I want to acknowledge what didn't change quickly enough. The marital rape exemption, the legal principle that a husband couldn't rape his wife because marriage constituted permanent consent, that remained law in England and Wales until 1991. 1991. That's not ancient history. That's recent enough that many people watching this were alive when this finally changed. Domestic violence remained common and under-prosecuted throughout the 20th century and into the 21st. Economic inequality between men and women persists. The cultural expectations around women's domestic labour and emotional labour are still with us. The Victorian system was dismantled, but its ghost haunts us still. And yet, there's been enormous change. Women can own property. We can vote. We can divorce abusive husbands without losing everything. We can control our own fertility. We can pursue education and careers. We can choose whether or not to marry, and if we marry, we can do so as equals under the law. These rights seem basic now. But they were revolutionary, and they were won by women who fought for them when doing so was dangerous, costly, and often futile in their own lifetimes. I think about Caroline Norton, who never got to benefit from the legal reforms her activism helped create. She died in 1877, before the Married Women's Property Acts passed. She spent her entire life under coverture, despite fighting it for decades. I think about the working-class women who saved pennies from their wages, hiding them from their husbands, dreaming of futures they'd never see but hoping their daughters might. I think about the women who died in childbirth, or in workhouses, or by their own hands, or at the hands of husbands they couldn't escape. Women whose suffering seems pointless unless we understand that their stories, even when they didn't survive to tell them, mattered. They revealed the truth about the system. They made change necessary. And I think about the women who survived, who resisted quietly, who wrote in secret diaries, who formed networks of support, who passed knowledge to the next generation, who kept saying, in ways large and small, I am human, I matter, I deserve better. Those women changed the world. Not alone. Change required collective action, political movements, shifting economic conditions, all sorts of factors. But those individual Victorian wives, suffering behind closed doors, finding small ways to resist, surviving when survival seemed impossible, they were part of the foundation that made everything else possible. So what's the lesson here? What do we take from this 3-hour journey through Victorian marriage? First, I think we recognise how recent this history is. We're only a few generations removed from coverture, from women being legal property, from the wedding night terror and the endless pregnancies and the absolute powerlessness. Our great-great-grandmothers lived this. It's not ancient history, it's barely past. Second, we recognise that rights we take for granted were hard won. Someone fought for them. Someone suffered for them. Someone risked everything so we could have what we have now. Third, we stay vigilant, because systems of oppression don't disappear completely. They evolve, they adapt. The Victorian marriage system is gone, but inequality remains. Domestic violence remains. The expectation that women should do more emotional and domestic labour remains. We have to keep watching, keep questioning, keep fighting when necessary. And fourth, and this is important, we honour the women whose names we don't know. The Victorian wives who survived impossible circumstances with grace and strength. The ones who didn't survive but whose suffering testified to the injustice of the system. The ones who resisted in ways so quiet that history didn't record them, but who mattered nonetheless. Every woman who hid money from her husband, every woman who shared contraceptive information with a friend, every woman who refused to smile when she wanted to scream, every woman who kept a secret diary where she told the truth, every woman who chose death over continuing to live as a non-person, every woman who survived another day when survival seemed impossible. They were all revolutionaries, they were all heroes, and we owe them. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to think about the women in your own family history, your great-great-grandmothers, your great-grandmothers. What were their marriages like? What did they endure? What small acts of resistance might they have performed that no one recorded? And I want you to think about the women in your life now. Your mothers, sisters, daughters, friends, partners. The rights they have that women fought for. The choices available to them that weren't available to Victorian wives. The freedom that seems ordinary but is actually extraordinary. We're living in the world that Victorian wives built through their suffering and their resistance. We're standing on their shoulders, and the best way to honour them is to keep building. Keep pushing for equality. Keep fighting injustice. Keep telling women's stories, especially the ones that are difficult to hear. Because that's what this whole journey's been about. Telling the stories that Victorian society wanted to hide. Opening the doors that were meant to stay closed. Witnessing what happened to women behind those doors. And understanding that their experiences, their pain, their resistance, all of it matters. All of it shaped the world we live in now. So thank you for taking this journey with me, for listening to these difficult stories, for bearing witness to the reality of Victorian wives' lives, for honouring these women by knowing their truth. Drop it in the comments if this series has changed how you think about history, about marriage, about women's rights. Tell me what surprised you most. Tell me what made you angry. Tell me what gave you hope. And if you learned something valuable from this series, share it. Not just the video. Share the knowledge. Talk to people about coverture, about the Married Women's Property Acts, about how recent this history really is. Make sure these stories don't get forgotten again. Because remembering is an act of resistance too. Remembering is how we honour the women who came before us. And remembering is how we ensure we never go back to those days when women were locked behind closed doors with no escape and no one to hear them scream. Thank you for being here. Thank you for caring about these stories. Thank you for remembering with me. Now go forth and be grateful for the rights you have, furious about the rights still denied to women around the world, and determined to keep building the world that Victorian wives died hoping would one day exist. Good night, everyone. Sleep well, and wake up ready to honour their legacy by continuing the fight they started. They opened the doors, we're walking through them, and we're going to make damn sure those doors never close again.